What can I do for you? See you again soon.
Hello everybody, how you all doing? I hope you all doing well. My name is Paradise and welcome to the Paradise League HoN Community Pro Tournament number 1. We're starting off here with Kraken Wagon versus Reason Gaming. And it's the first match of the day, the first semifinals of the day. And apologies for the server interruptions and the huge delay, but it is what it is. These things happen. We move on. We start with the first game, and I'm joined here by What You Got, aka Chris and Fa. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Paradise. Thank you for the introduction. I am ready, after you just said it, a nice delay, to cast some HoN. We are finally live, and I will be joined by Fa.
What's good?
Fa?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm just ready to cast some hopefully some good HoN games, and hopefully it'll. Yep.
So we got a best of 3 series. We're in game number 1 now, just starting, and excited for some competitive HoN. So let's get to it and talk about the bans. I will mention them, and I want you to give me some analysis to follow. So Engineer, Rally, and Lodestone are banned from the Legion team. Adrenaline, Fade, and Parallax banned from the Hellborn side.
I mean, the Engineer and the Adrenaline, they look like pretty normal, like first phase bans, since they're really like strong heroes. The same goes for Fade. The Parallax ban is probably related to the fact that Reason Gaming just won with that hero. And I'd say Lodestone and Rally are also pretty common heroes to pick. So yeah, the bans are just I guess some general bans and maybe a few targeted bans for Reason.
Okay. All right. Yeah, nothing really standing out too much there. So we have a first pick of the Chipper coming out from Legion. I'm anticipating that to be a support Chipper.
I do think they ran that hero support in the past 2 games they played. So that seems to be very likely.
Okay. And then we have Monkey King and Tundra, the 2 response picks coming out from the Hellborn side to follow the Chipper. So they don't go for a support. They pick up a Monkey King and a Tundra. You like those 2 picks?
I mean, it's pretty bold to open with 2 core heroes, because then it's relatively easy to counter the core picks. But those heroes are relatively flexible in terms of what lane they can go to. So maybe they don't really give away too much. So I think I'm okay with it. But it's definitely not too conventional to open with those 2 picks. But yep.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how they finish up that lineup. Like you mentioned, they'll need some supports, most likely. And maybe they might run the Monkey King as the carry. We don't know just yet. But Nymphora and Benzington, Sir Benzington, are picked up as the final 2 picks here in the first picking phase. So typically when we see the Bensington, that screams tri-lane, but maybe not necessarily. They do have the Nymph and the Chipper, which are pretty strong supports.
Mm-hmm. Well,
to
we
pair
might
with
be
the
looking
Bensington.
at. We might be looking at a potential tri-lane here with these three heroes. I mean, I guess they can open with the Bensington, and then there's really good follow-up. And it's like, since Bensington is a relatively squishy hero, it's actually nice to have two supports that have some kind of way to save him from like being ganked with the Chipper focus buffer, as well as the volatile pod from the Fora. So definitely some decent synergy and picks here.
Yeah, so pretty strong, I would say, tri-lane if that's what they do go for.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see if it does end up being that makeup or not. But the banning phase almost complete here. It looks like we have Kraken, Keeper of the Forest, and Gladiator gonna be banned out by Hellborn. So those look like to me to be strong solo lane heroes to maybe pair up with the Bensington that they've picked up so far, and then Pestilence and more one more ban to follow here from the Legion side. But anything sticking out to you there? And then there's the Calamity.
I'm slightly surprised by the bans from the Legion side with the Pestilence and the Calamity, because I don't really feel like anything specifically gives away that Hellborn has any like ideas of picking up those heroes. So it might just be like maybe they're just throwing away bans, or maybe those are some heroes that have bad experiences with it. But I don't really see the reason why they would ban those particular heroes. When it comes to Hellborn bans, Kraken makes like perfect sense, because they do have a lot of like teamfight synergy, and I know that Legion side, they like to pick up Flux as well, so they could be running a Flux and a Kraken for like some combo there. And the Keeper, I guess, is just some decent team fight, which might be annoying to face. And I think people generally don't really enjoy playing as Keeper, because he can like heal towers, and he's really good in team fights, and he has the root hit into double root, so it makes pretty decent sense that he'd get the band there.
Yeah, and also a good setup for the Nightfall too, so makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I agree with you about the Pestilence and the Calamity bands. Those seem a little bit different, but maybe perhaps there's something they want to run on the last two picks.
I suppose they're pretty covered from the magical side on the Legion side with the focus buffer, and maybe they're just afraid that the Monkey King in conjunction with the Pestilence are going to have too much physical nuke.
Yeah, for sure. So they open the second picking phase, with Demented Shaman and Parasite. Okay, so I was not expecting to see a jungle hero picked up, but what I will say is they do have the combination of Tundra and Parasite, which he can still hop in the bird and fly around, and if he gets that early codex or something like that, if he goes for that route, that is pretty annoying, I think, to face. But what do you think about them deciding to run a jungler?
I would say this is a classic dude draft. But whatever that means, it's definitely very unconventional to run a draft with Demented Shaman and Parasite. I personally definitely favor Legion's draft currently, but I also know that sometimes the surprise factor can definitely have some value. So,
do you think we'll see like a Balfagor on the last pick to pair with the Demented, or like, is there anything that kind of glues that Hellborn team together with that Parasite pick? I'm trying to foresee.
Well, the thing is, they have a lot of melee heroes currently, and they're looking to fight against the Flux Chipper. So, it's definitely very interesting. They could be running a Balfagor, but I feel like to some extent that they might have some scaling issues, but I'm also not entirely sure who's playing what heroes, and so it's hard to say exactly like how exactly their heroes are gonna which player is gonna play which hero. They run a
Midas. So Monkey King carry, and then maybe Midas and Tundra solo lanes with Demented supporting the Monkey King. I would have to guess has got to be something on their mind.
Yeah. Beans, if you had to give your take on which draft is favorite here, who would you give the advantage?
I mean, on paper, I really like Legion's draft because they have really strong laning phase, not running the jungler, and then they have Flux ulti into Nightfall with once Meraxes gets a blink, and not only that, but they have really tanky heroes with the supports having defensive capabilities going up against the Parasite. So I feel like if Parasite doesn't have a snowbally early game, I feel like it's going to be tough for Hellborn to
for sure
come out of the laning phase. Like they're supposed to fall behind in the laning phase, so they might have to come out of a hole.
Yeah. I'd say that the Legion definitely has a more conventional draft, which on average probably will guarantee you a decent chance of some kind of success. Whereas Hellborn, well, I don't really know exactly what to expect. Maybe they'll just run over the Legion side, or they're just gonna flop completely. So it's gonna be interesting for sure how the game's gonna pan out.
Yeah, so the way they're deciding to lane on Legion is interesting because I was expecting them to run the Bensington long lane. And if they send the Flux top, this could be very risky because this is not a hero that I think that you want to have a bad start on because he doesn't really come back into the game very well. And then they're running the Meraxes mid lane, which I think it's almost better to run Meraxes in a side lane because he doesn't really need... priority mid.
I think if I were to choose the lanes for Legion side here, I'd definitely run the Flux mid, probably with the Chipper, because and then I'd run the Bensington with the Nymphora bot lane. And just have the Chipper help out mid stack jungle and let the Nymphora help Bensington farm really fast, and Flux, as you said, needs to have a decent start. So putting him on a suicide lane seems. Maybe they're expecting him to go up against a solo lane, but even then, I would rather have a Meraxes on
the Monkey King mid and the Tundra in the dual lane top. That to me is throwing me off a little bit.
Well, I mean that kind of, in some ways, suggests that they're running almost a carry Tundra. Okay. Hopefully, they're not gonna go for a super right-click heavy build, and maybe they're just gonna go for some tempo early, maybe mana boots into stuff, and get some sort of. Map control from the early stuff, and then maybe have the Monkey King transition into a carry. But knowing that it's Dude and Leo and Nete, it might be something interesting coming up. So we'll see.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have to wait and see what happens. But I'm expecting this to be top lane. We might have. I don't know if this is enough damage for a kill. Doesn't look like it will be. Flux will use the health potion and be fine. But I think the lane setup suggests we're gonna see a pretty passive early game, and we might have a later bloodlust than usual if we were to see a tri-lane battle.
The current lane setup. Who do you think it benefits? As it stands right now.
Okay, so top lane, Tundra is gonna get free farm, so that's one lane won by Hellborn, and then right now as it is, Monkey King is pretty even with the Meraxes. Nymphora looks like she's been stacking a lot and camping runes, so Bloodlust, I missed it. They did actually bring down.
No, I didn't check, but it seems I mean, Flux doesn't really have a lot to do up there. He has no mobility. No escapes, no stuns or anything, so it's really hard for him to... I would almost say that it would be better for them just to send the Flux mid and then have the Meraxes run up top, but...
Yeah, I think they could have probably done that and it would have been a little bit better for them. But the Monkey King is getting pretty good farm mid, considering it's supposed to be a 2v1 lane. And then Midas is stuck at level 1 with 0-0 creep score, so... Bensington having free farm in bottom. So right now the Hellborn is getting a pretty decent amount out of their early game with the Parasite jungling.
Yeah. I mean, I still think that it would have been better to run the Chipper on the mid lane and then Nymphora bottom, because Chipper can just stack with his rockets.
I agree, and I think you want the levels on the Nymphora with the pulse more than you do on the Chipper.
And the Nymphora kind of has to follow the Bensington to help Bensington clear the stacks with the volatile pots, so you need the levels.
I
Jipper
agree.
can
We could
run through
see top lane Flux gonna take some more pressure. There's the Toxin Claw. There's just so many slows between the Demented and the Curial. Is this gonna be enough? No boots on the Flux. He's getting tower dove. He does go down. So they take him down for a second time here. Caught that one in full effect.
So currently the Hellborn side is up to a 1k gold lead and a 1400 experience lead. So the early game is going in their way, but it might also be related to the fact that Hellborn is running a jungler. So on average, you're going to get like maybe slightly more out of the lanes if the lanes are stagnating. But you're going to have maybe the farm less kind of focus on one hero. So in the mid game, they might even out the disparity.
It looks like he's gonna go the Codex route. He picks up the major totem on Parasite, and he's currently going the farm build with Infest and Draining Venom. So won't have the leech early on at least, but usually when you do this, I think you get around a 7-minute Codex. So we'll keep an eye on when he gets that, because I think that's like his time to start setting up pressure.
So 300 GPM at the almost 5-minute mark. Is that
That's pretty normal, I would say. He's level 6 under 5 minutes.
okay? So that's like to be expected, sort of.
Yep, pretty good farming so far.
Good.
So Bensington's level 6 now. Definitely could see a Nightfall come out, maybe in response to like a dive top lane, or if Parasite tries to rotate one of the lanes. But for now, pretty low level on the supports. And good news for Midas, he got level 2. He's been struggling down bottom.
Fairly slow game going currently.
Yeah. So, what time do you think we'll see the Meraxes get the portal key this game? Because he's been given this priority mid lane, dual lane farm.
That's a good question. I don't necessarily think that he needs to get it like super early up. I think I would rather see him like, instead of just rush straight PK and they get it like at a 10-minute mark, I'd rather see him maybe buy steam boots and investments so he doesn't just like get one shot by the Parasite and he's able to frontline a bit more for his team. Because the issue you run into to some extent, if you have like a heroes that are going maybe for a more, I wouldn't call it greedy, but more less HP route, so to speak, then you run into the issue of having a lot of squishy heroes that just get one shot by a lot of like Parasite and Tundra, especially because you have a Bensington on carry. So I'd like to see
they use the Avalanche, and Flux goes down for the 3rd time this game. There was a port, but it got cancelled immediately. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, I'd like to see him buy steam boots and probably investments too before he tries to go for the PK. So it'll probably be like delayed till maybe the like 15-16-minute mark or something.
Whoa, that late? Okay.
I mean, it depends on if the game is just stagnating, then it's gonna be like 15 probably with steam boost investments. But
Monkey King going in for some pressure here mid lane. Arcane Shield is activated, and the Matrax pod goes down. Monkey King will dash away. A lot of pressure with that double damage rune and the tower, and here comes Parasite. This could be a kill on the Meraxes with the shield down. There's the face coming up, but he does not have the leech. Only level 1. Looks like he got fogged there, but Monkey King still has the double damage rune activated, and down goes Meraxes. Here comes the port now from Midas as Monkey King initiates the fight, and they pick up a double tap on the Monkey King. So great team rotation here from the team support. As Monkey King kind of baited that engagement out.
you definitely hate to see it on the Legion side, both dying against Soul Lane. Obviously, they were 3 heroes at the time, but Monkey King after 7 minutes is getting the better end of the deal.
And now he's 350 GPM with the double tap, so all of a sudden he's got higher farm than the Meraxes, who's supposed to have the better time. So that's not good news for the Legion team.
And I feel like Monkey King is one of those heroes where if you have a really, really poor start, it can be really hard to get some kind of impact in the game. So this is definitely what he was looking for in terms of getting some kind of impact in this game.
And Bensington, he's having the best start so far at around 450 GPM, but they're going to be expecting a lot of big things from him to kind of carry over this early game. Because now Parasite's got the Codex picked up, and I think soon he's going to start looking to use that. Maybe pending he gets a Wild Hunter or looks to pick up a Veiled Rod or something like that.
Bensington went for Chalice, which is a little bit unusual, I'd say. What do you think about that?
I would say bottle is more common for like a regen purpose, and now he picks up the life tube, so I guess he'll be going for a rune cleaver this game.
Yeah, so I guess he has the life tube to sustain his HP pool when he's using the Chalice for it's a good mana. So I guess it makes some kind of sense. It's not. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just unusual, I suppose. I personally would probably just try to get the cleaver faster and just go for an early sustainer rather than pick up the Chalice. But
top lane, the entangle comes out, Thunder jumps in, doesn't have mana for the avalanche.
Here comes a Nymph TP from the left side.
Nymph TP and a Nightfall coming in. Zhao's still ready to go. This looks like a very dead Tundra. Zhao's gonna miss on the Demented Shaman, but the Toxin Claw is slowing him up. This is the entangle on the Moraxis. Rockets are being thrown. Bensington should get this kill. He does, and he picks up a double tap. Meanwhile, in the background, Monkey King takes out the Chipper. He's got a haste rune activated, so he's toying with them in the back as the Nympod will heal up Flux. Is there going to be any team support? Parasite's moving over with the Minotaur. It looks like Monkey King says, we're done here. Ports out to the middle lane, and the fight has concluded.
So this is definitely the strength of the Legion draft, that they can just like show up with 4 heroes and like out of nowhere. So definitely a good team fight or gank coming out from the Hellborn side, Legion side. Sorry.
So this was the first Nightfall we saw, around 9 minutes or so. Prior to this, I was gonna ask. You are a pretty prominent Bensington player. Do you prefer like playing this hero more passively for farm, or do you think it's a hero that you want to be more active on? As we have fights in both the middle and top lane while I'm saying this. Nymphora, I believe, died in the middle lane to Monkey King solo, and then top lane, the Moraxis hung around too long, died to quite a few heroes up there, and Demented picked up that kill.
Yep. So to answer your question, well, I mean, you're always going to look to try to see if you get some free kills with your ultimate. That being said, you are still the main carry in the team. So if you go for a more like, I'd say, forced ultimate, where you maybe you feel like potentially you have a fight, but you're not really sure if it's going to end well. A lot of the time, it's not necessarily bad just to like, you know, sit back and get your cleaver earlier on, because Bensington is the type of hero where if you kind of throw away your early game lead, you quickly find yourself in a position where it's hard to become the position 1 carry that you want to be. So I definitely don't mind not like taking a super aggressive approach early on, and it's nice that he obviously shows up for a team fight with the other heroes. So I think it's completely all right to chill a little bit, get your early cleaver, get the farm, because Bennington becomes a really good hero once he has a few items. I mean, he's good without it as well, but now he has the early
cleaver delivered, and look what he's got at his disposal. He's got some triple stacks to work on. So now I think you want the Nymphora to be the one to start following him, right? Hopefully they.
Probably. Well, given that he has a cleaver, he could clear it without the Nymphora. I still don't think that Chalice does that much here, because he doesn't really use it a whole lot. But since you have the 11-minute cleaver anyway, I guess it's like negligible the difference it would have had whether he skipped it or not.
Yeah,
but
so
now
his GPM's going to skyrocket now as he's working on all these stacks. He's already almost up to 600 gold per minute. Once he clears this one, I think he'll be on like 580 or so. Monkey King has a double damager in mid lane. Arcane Shield is activated. There's the Nymph pod coming out in response. And I believe he did block the face hug from the Parasite. So a good job there from Legion to avoid that. Monkey King still has the double damage, so he did not activate it.
So here it's actually kind of interesting what Bensington should be going for. Because he definitely needs to tank up a little bit so he doesn't get one-shot by the Parasite. You can't go for like a full greed build with like a Nullifier 3. I mean, you could potentially, but there's a good chance you're just going to get one-shot by either Tundra or Parasite. So maybe some kind of Firebrand into a Shrunken or something like this.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option for him. Maybe an eventual Geometer's Bane later on.
You could go for investments into Geometer's Bane or something. He's going to go for the Hungry Spirit here, which is not something I expected.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to have the lifesteal, because the Nymph can just keep healing him up.
Yeah, I agree. Well, do you think he's going to go for Elder Parasite here or Whispering? Probably Whispering seems more logical, but
Probably the Whispering Helm, just to give him some armor too. I think with the Elder, he'll just be way too much Glass Cannon, but
the
mid lane... Axis gets Codex there. He hits the Quake onto Parasite. The Monkey King with all the spells down. He did proc the Arcane Shield, so he is running in hasted. Bensington hits the Joust there on the Monkey King. Here comes the Flux Pull. And is there going to be any follow-up? It doesn't look like it without another Quake Stun to be in range.
I was really afraid the DD Monkey King was going to be able to get a combo off on them, because some of the heroes were like not full HP, so with the Monkey King combo into like another hero showing up, maybe a hero 2 could have fallen, but they managed to burst him, so it was good.
Yeah, so they did end up killing Monkey King, and that was the conclusion of the fight.
Yeah, and the Tundra went for Elk Bones into Helm, so he's gonna go for a more tank up carry route rather than the Space Maker, which I guess makes some sense, seeing as the Monkey King is maybe the one who's trying to create some space in the fights. I'm still kind of curious who's gonna go for the more like late game route on the Hellborn side.
So yeah, I agree with you. Now, for maybe people watching, I don't know if everyone knows this, but the Helm of the Black Legion can now be upgraded into a Oblivion Hammer, which is a combination of the Brutalizer and the Helm of the Black Legion. It's a pretty recent new item. But so my point that I'm getting at here is, do you think this is something he's going to be looking to build into right away? Maybe perhaps a little later in the game?
I mean, generally speaking, I don't feel like it's always the first item choice as your first item, because you generally want to have some kind of maybe damage item or farming item, whereas it's more on the lockdown and tank up kind of route. But it definitely allows him to be the frontliner for his team, and maybe get some stun locks in with his cold shoulder attack speed. So
yeah.
And the Brutalizer also gives you a lot of damage, so maybe he's just gonna rush for it. We'll see.
I'm waiting to see if they're gonna do Tundra. He has the bird next to him right now, and they haven't done it yet. I'm almost wondering if they don't know that this works, because I've thought that's the whole reason they picked Tundra and Parasite, is to send Parasite around in the bird.
Yeah, I suppose they
and I haven't seen them use it one time yet.
Nope.
But look what Legion team's doing. They are headed to the Kongor here. 16-minute mark. We'll have the first Kongor attempt of the game. Is this a free Kongor?
Looks like it. And that's really good for the Legion team, so they can. I would say almost all
actually headed over here.
I think a lot of them could go for the vitality thing here and get the extra HP. So they can.
Yep. It's gonna be completed.
Okay, so let's see here.
Parasite, he's gonna run in.
Oh, this is bad.
Here's the bird now, spotting them out, gonna give him some clear vision. Here comes the face like, oh, he goes flying over the cliff. There's the Quake Stun in response. He does bring down the Bensington though, an avalanche in the background on the Nymphora. Midas is here, gonna try to land a combo. There's the defensive flux push, trying to delay the fight. Matrax is up from Moraxis, trying to get the slows in. And there's a buyback on the Bensington. Quake Stun goes in on the Tundra that gets pulled. Nightfall in the background. Bensington taking some pressure, can't get a joust off. He does on the Demented Shaman, and now Moraxis leading the front lines goes down. Tundra goes down as well. Who is winning this fight? It is not over just yet. Bensington goes down again, so he goes down twice in this team fight. Flux trying to hold his ground against the Monkey King. One more hit, the rocket going to miss. Oh, 2 more rockets also gonna miss. Flux trying to pick a target. He takes out the Midas. Monkey King, he's thinking about going back in with the sacrificial stone, but decides to go back. And wow, what a fight! Defending that Kongor kill holy cow, that was chaotic. How many people ended up dying on both sides?
Bensington died twice, so that was not the ideal fight for him. But as you can see, like since he skipped the Vestments and he went for the beat from the Kongor, the Parasite just barely had enough damage just to kill him from 100% with his Leech Face Huck Codex combo. It would have been really nice if he had survived with like 300 HP, TV back to base, and then Nightfall back into the fight with full HP. But it was a really close fight at the end of the day. So
Yeah, so
Slightly
that was a
less
level
faithful.
4 codex from the Parasite, I believe.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised to see no one in Legion's side pick up the single vestments here. Not that the item is, you can definitely play without the item. I just feel like, given the fact that you're facing a Parasite with Codex 4, you might have some benefits to picking up a vestment or two.
No, I agree, definitely, especially now that he's choosing to level it almost to the max level.
Yeah.
Especially on heroes like the Miraxis and the Flux.
So
I think
even
those are good
Nymphora went
candidates.
for the moon speed. Flux, Nymphora, and Bennington all went for moon speed. Congo blood. I mean, these.
I'm
I guess
surprised by that,
yeah,
actually.
me too. They're all
I
relatively
think
close.
the Nymphora should have probably taken stats, maybe going up against the burst.
I agree. So you prefer having really tanky support early on. Well, it's just in general having the extra. Is it 150 HP or so?
100 max HP and 50 max mana. Flux
yeah.
is in a pretty aggressive spot here. He's gonna get found by Parasite. Quakeslam comes out in response, but there's the transmute. The TP gonna stop some damage actually, and Flux might live because of that. Monkey King ports in. Now he's forced to retreat as Demented Shaman gonna try to keep him alive. Throws the cape out on the Tundra though. Meanwhile in the background, Flux again still low HP. Demented Shaman is gonna go down, and the Legion team, it is disastrous mode. It looks like actually not really, because 3 players end up going down, and they do survive on everyone but the Miraxis, so I rescind that statement, actually. Looks like it ended up working out for them in the end.
Yep.
No cake for you.
And the Bensington didn't die, so I think he's pretty happy that they took a good fight without him dying.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me there was that the Flux, who got initiated on, survived with like around 100 life, and very unfortunate that the TP stopped the tower from hitting. I think that could have been the difference maker to Flux living or dying there.
And he bought vestments now. That's good.
Yeah, he did. That is going to help him quite a lot, I would say.
Especially
And
with
they were only able to kill the Miraxis there, so good fight from Legion now. And I think Bensington is getting close to his Shrunken Head. If I had to imagine, he's probably about 800 gold away. Chipper, with the assistance of the creeps, takes out the tier 1 tower.
Yep.
So, what does Hellborn team have item-wise in progression here? I see a pair of Lex Talionuses between the Demented and the Monkey King, and it looks like now Monkey King's choosing to bulk up with the Shamans and the Sacrificial Stone. What kind of item route do you think we'll see Monkey King go for as his next item?
I mean, since he's got 2,400 gold saved up, it might be a muck he's aiming towards, which I actually don't mind too much, since the Tundra just picked up a Brutalizer. So, I mean, they do have a lot of heroes to shove out waves. Monkey King by nature is really good at shoving out waves. They have the Midas, who can also just combo waves. But they do potentially lack
coming in bottom lane. It looks like they're gonna go for pick off on the Midas here. They bring the Bensington and the Nymphora. Oh, the Nymph shows a little too early. Can Benzing hit the joust? There's the pull, though. And actually, Bensington flies through the tower. And here come the mass TPs. They are going to bring down the Midas, but here comes the Avalanche now on the Tundra. Meanwhile, Flux in the background survives with the Astrolabe, but Bensington is in no man's land. He is dead, and now Flux is all by himself. He will go down, so the gank is a disaster. They do kill the Midas, but at what cost, Fa? 2 players being the Bensington and the Flux to go down in response.
I think they're definitely not happy with that gank in hindsight. It definitely took a bit too long for them to get the jump on the Midas there. I would have liked to see the Bensington just try to go for some kind of joust there when they have the high ground advantage and not seeing them coming. Because they spent way too long, and then they did the Flux ulti, and then Bensington, he jousted the same second that they did the discharge, and it was just a little sloppy, which ended up costing them, as you could see.
Yep, and even if Benzi popped the Shunken there, he was avalanched under tower, so I don't think maybe too much would have changed. It was just a gank gone wrong, I think, simply put.
Yeah, and if Bensington had gone immediately and missed the joust, then they could have just, gotten out of there rather fast. Instead of...
Wild Hunter Parasite, 7 more seconds scouting the way. He's going to find Chipper here. There's a Midas combo to open, and they get the pick off on the Chipper. With Benzington, I think just respawned, so they don't like to go for a counter initiate. As the numbers advantage favoring Hellborn here. Do they catch the Nymphora? Oh, very close actually.
So the Thunder just finished his Oblivion Hammer, and personally, I've had maybe a few issues with the amount of stats that finishing a full Oblivion Hammer gives you. So this is definitely some kind of power spike for the Thunder currently, where he's looking to take fights because he's just really strong with his.
I missed that one. Looks like Midas and Parasite catch out the Benzington. Not able to react with the Shrunken in time.
I guess he got comboed by the Midas with PK and then into quick Codex, perhaps.
Not done yet. They're hunting the Nymphora and the Moraxis. Pops the Arcane Shield. No Entangle coming out yet. Gonna go for it there as it expires. Meanwhile, Nymphora is trying to outrun a Monkey King, but I don't. Ooh, a little server hiccup there, but not gonna matter. And meanwhile, we have the dive continuing here. As Tundra is sitting on the chainsaws, taking a lot of damage here as he tries to go for the chipper, but the turn comes out from Legion, and Demented Shaman and Tundra go down. A very greedy dive in response to, looks like the rest of the team was going for the Nymphora, so they end up getting some counter kills there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I feel like things are falling a bit apart for the Legion side with them splitting up a whole lot. So I think if they just regroup a little bit and make sure that no one is getting left behind, Benson getting ganked by himself, then they're gonna have a better chance taking this game. Speaking about the Monkey King's choice of item, I was predicting the Muck, but going for the Dawnbringer or Searing Light route is relatively similar. So I think I almost prefer that actually, because Muck is just a super greedy item, especially like this late into the game and them having a decent amount of lane shot regardless. The Dawnbringer adds more teamfight presence in my opinion.
I like the Dawnbringer on the hero, and I feel like Mach, like you said, they're kind of similar, and this one just kind of gives them a little bit more stats and ability, I guess, to work with.
What they're looking to do, the Kong and the other team definitely knows something is going on.
Yeah, they have a ward here down by the bottom cliff. Flux Blow comes in. Here comes the Quake Stun. Parasite getting bursted down. Chipper getting avalanched up. Benzington does have it shrunken up this time. Takes out the Monkey King, but now he's avalanched, and he will go down. Does not have enough gold for a buyback. Tundra is trying to man fight. He is going to take out one, but he is going to go down. It was the Flux. And only Moraxis is alive on the Legion side. Midas and Demented Shaman. Can they bring him down? There's the heal. Healing wave coming out. Moraxis getting entangled up. Demented Shaman manning up at the top, but he does take out the Midas in response. And 9 players go down in this fight. Only Demented Shaman, the last man in the ring, standing.
Oh, here comes the Vagabond leader. Is it going to be
this would actually be pretty crazy if he snipes him out. One more. It's only like 6 seconds more. Go get him.
Get him.
Oh, he's gonna pop the heal.
One hit.
He needs to get one attack off. One attack in one hit. No, he needed that one hit.
So close.
37 life. He survives. Demented Shaman, stronger than Vagabond leader, confirmed.
It would have been beautiful.
I love the chat banter too. It's great because that was a very funny sequence there.
So the Moraxis bought a staff. I'm actually not exactly sure what that item does in that hero. Can you give me some information or some input on that?
So it upgrades to Infinite Bladed Matrax, and while active shoots axes towards enemies who you damage or are hit by the Matrax detonation, dealing damage equal to your current level of more axes. So anytime he deals damage, he hits them with an axe.
Okay. Would you say it's a good item?
I think it's not too bad, but what I will say is I'm very old school in the sense that I just like Hellflower in this series.
Yeah, I was about to say, would you prefer
I like the Hellflower as a follow-up to the Portal Key because it just really allows you to sit on the target you jump. Is staff gonna be like significantly worse or whatnot? I don't know. I don't think it's like inherently bad, but if he wants to staff upgrade somebody, like maybe the Flux or the Benzington, then I could see some pretty good value coming out from it. But we also have Chipper building his own staff, so maybe they just want to get 4 staffs going in the team. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I don't really know the Merax's staff well enough to know if whether it's good or not.
Yeah.
But I'd say generally.
Flux, he goes in. Pulls 3. Here comes the Benzington. Joust onto 2. Rock is doing some good damage on the Tundra. Meraxis gets a Quake Stun. They're going to burst down the Tundra before he's able to even get his avalanche. Or he did get the avalanche shot, but not going to be able to get some hits in. Chipper goes down as well. Infora fell earlier in the fight. It's a double tap for Parasite. And now Benzington gets another 2-man joust. He turns it around, but he is going to fall in the end as he did take out the Midas. And now Parasite being slowed by the axis from Moraxis. He needs to land one more axe. One more axe. He needs to land it.
What?
Can he land it? Parasite's trying to juke. He's trying to guess where he's going to go. No, he misses the Quake Stun! Oh, they're gonna trade lives! The facelet comes out. Final auto attack from Meraxis takes him out. He just needed to land one spell there, Fawn. He would have had him. He ends up trading his life in the end.
It was almost looking to be a repeat of the previous fight. But Meraxis, he was a bit unlucky there.
So, I think it's safe to say Hellborn team won this fight. And that was with Legion team getting the jump. They survive on both the Monkey King and the Demented Shaman.
And you can see that Benzington is down to 450 GPM now, which is definitely not the type of farm you want to have at this state of the game as your main core Benzington. Obviously, it's due to some unfortunate fights. Maybe partially also related to the item choices. I'm not entirely sure. But
I don't feel like he outputs a lot of damage with this item build because just having the cleaver alone doesn't really make him very threatening. And I think the Whispering Helm is like kind of like a 2k gold setback in his.
Yeah, it doesn't really make you more
power.
Sorry, it doesn't make you more tanky, and it doesn't really give you a whole lot of damage. It just helps you sustain jungle. Basically. And also helps you stack, but they have Chipper, so they don't really need the extra stacking from the Whispering. And I don't even know if he used that Axe on the back of Monday to stack in for close. But
Newport, where is it going? Looks like they have an idea about the Kongor. Are they gonna channel this? It looks like they are gonna commit.
They Thunder here? Or no?
They're gonna get spotted by the Thunderbird though, so Thunder is actually gonna just back off those Ancients in response.
Well, I guess the Benzington is going for Wingbone now. Would that be your guess as well from the quarter? The Steam staff, sorry. Or is it a Hellflower or a? Could it also be a Twin Blades? I hope it's not.
I'm not sure actually.
Sorry, Twin Blades other build up. Sorry.
I mean, Twin Blades works on this hero, right? Because he's still a melee hero.
Yeah, but I don't think the Twin Blade quarter the Steam staff is part of the build up. No, actually, it is part of it.
No, it is. But
yeah.
I don't think Twin Blade would be that good on a Benzington.
Yeah,
I feel like it either has to be Shroud or Hellflower.
Yeah,
and neither of which I think really fit the bill here.
I can see the Shroud having some impact. I definitely hope it's not a Twin Blades. That would maybe irritate me slightly.
By the way, I have not noticed this, and I feel I have to point this out. Demented Shaman has an Alkbones and a Hellflower. Did you notice that?
Classic dude.
That is a really farmed Demented Shaman. He is manning up on this Benzington, forces out the Shrunken. There's the Avalanche though. Now Benzington's stuck here for quite a long time, as that's going to allow him not to move. And just like that, Benzington is dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah. I feel to some extent his teammates, they're just kind of almost leaving him to die. They're all standing really far back, and he's kind of the only person walking forward. Maybe he was up too far forward for his own good, but I think if I was in this position with no supports near me as a Benzington, maybe I would be slightly...
We have the Matrax activated here. I think more in response to getting jumped. This is a defensive Matrax. He's going to jump in here on the Parasite, kick him out of the creep, but now he's in some trouble as he's going to get slowed up. Here come the nukes from far away. Chipper pops down the chainsaws. They're going to try to get some return kills. Monkey King flying around the Parasite. Is he going to get nuked down? He will by the volatile pod, but Flux gets held down as well. He is going to use a buyback here to try to prevent this Rax from going down. His only Parasite is dead for the Hellborn team. Benzington still 15 seconds on the respawner. Fortification comes out here. They're doing everything they can to try to prevent this push with the nukes. They take out the Thunderbird as well, but Rax is under fire here.
Things are
on the spread. It looks like the threat of Bensington has scared them off.
things are falling a little bit apart for the Legion side right now. They're looking for a gank right now with the Nymph TP, so maybe they're gonna look to try to get back in this game with a.
He's spotted by the creep wave there, and
Didn't
it's a
work
bit
out so well.
unfortunate.
I like
Flux.
the idea, definitely.
Flux jumps in a little bit. YOLO here trying to get a catch here. Chipper scouting the way with the rockets. We have a Veiled Rotted Tundra here. Monkey King thinking about maybe turning in. He does have the Shrunken. Tundra goes in, catches the Chipper. Manning up here, but the chainsaws are slowing him with the Staff of the Master. Chipper gets stormed up here. Here comes the Nightfall. Lands onto Many.
Is it
No
enough?
transmute coming out. Bensington, he's gonna get flipped around. He pops the Shrunken, gets the joust on the Monkey King. We have a man fight in 2 spots here as Mirax is fighting the Tundra, but Monkey King does take out the Bensington. Cyclone on the before he comes down and does fall as well. And
GG.
Hellborn team only loses the Demented Shaman here. That'll do it. Game 1 going to the Hellborn side here. I believe Kraken Wagon is their name. Hopefully I got that right. They will take game number 1 here with the jungle lineup. Any final thoughts on the match, Fa?
Well, as I said, the rather unconventional team was able to come up with a pretty good win after all. So it was a really great game actually. I think, and that's about
Piloted
it.
by Oblivion Hammer Tundra in the short lane. Love to see it.
Yep, he was very tanky, so he could do a lot of frontlining with the Monkey King, and towards the end it was hard for the Bensington to keep up in fights with the Monkey King, the Tundra. So yeah, great played by the Hellborn team.
All right, so game number 1 is under wraps. We'll go on a short break here. We'll be back shortly with game number 2. So stay tuned. We will be right back.
Oh, we're live. Okay, sorry. Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 here between Kraken Wagon on the Legion side and Reason Gaming on the Hellborn side, with Kraken Wagon currently leading this best of 3 with a 1-0 start. What you got? Maincaster rejoined here by Fa. Welcome back for Game 2, Fa.
Hello. How you doing, Beans?
Doing good. That was a pretty entertaining game number 1, piloted by a jungle lineup and a carry Tundra in the short lane. So safe to say I have no clue what we're going to see here in game 2, but I'm excited to be here. So we'll have to just wait and let the picks flow and see what happens.
Yep.
Want to take me through the bans?
So the Hellborn side, they banned Engineer, Monkey King, and Rally. So they're gonna go with the standard Engineer Rally ban, and they're gonna ban the Monkey King this time because maybe they didn't feel like they had a good chance of shutting him down last game. The Legion side, they went for Adrenaline, Fate, and Parallax. So they're gonna go with was it the same bans that they did in the previous game? So I think they're just.
I think more or less, yes.
Yeah. So they're just gonna try to repeat kind of the same ban lineup as they did before, since it seemed to work out after all. So, and
I agree.
Hellborn started with a Luna first pick.
They go
It's
with
a solid hero.
You like the Aluna?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily always first pick material, but it's just it's a decent laner. It works in just about every lane. So yeah, I like it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, what I like about Aluna is that she's one of those supports that just kind of naturally finds her farm. She can push out waves with power throw and mid game with the ultimate, and makes it very difficult to push high ground and stuff like that.
For sure, yeah.
So Nitro and Zephyr. All right. All right.
Yeah. Another interesting draft coming out from Dude. I mean, Nitro is a decent hero. He was just nerfed recently, so he might be slightly weaker than he was previously. But I've still seen MQE have some decent success with the hero after the nerf. So I still say it's a fairly strong hero. Although Zephyr, on the other hand, is a hero where I feel like he's a bit in the kind of in between, where I feel like he's maybe slightly too weak to be a sort of a main carry. Since he struggles in the tri-lane aspect, which a lot of games they kind of devolve into this tri-lane meta.
Yeah, so Zephyr kind of needs to have a good laning phase, I would say, so he can kind of take off and get really tanky.
Yeah.
And then once he gets out of laning phase, he becomes this really annoying ball of HP, so to speak.
Yep. But I still feel like even if he has a really good start, it's not always that it like works out in the very end, because his scaling is, I'd say after the Dawnbringer was nerfed a few times, things like that has kind of, maybe pushed him away from being a really top tier hero. But I'm sure they can make it work somehow.
So Andromeda and Gauntlet, it looks like that'll be the two supports, Luna and Andromeda, and then they pick up a Gauntlet, which could go mid lane or maybe be a dual lane somewhere with one of these picks. And I think I know the answer to this, but what's your take on the Gauntlet pick?
Well, I mean, it's a hero. Like
it's a hero. It is a hero.
There's what, how many, like 100 heroes? 100?
There are, I think, 139, but let me just check
I don't
that
know.
real fast. Hero usage list. There are 139.
So there are 139 heroes, and they decide to go for the Gauntlet, which is very interesting out of the 139 heroes. But I mean, he does have a lot of stuns and a lot of nuke, so they might be able to burst some heroes. He's definitely a hero that has some issues in terms of his scaling and his sometimes also his laning presence, but it'll be interesting to see if they can make the hero work somehow. Because maybe
what role would you like to see Gauntlet play this game, position-wise?
I generally think that Gauntlet needs a relatively good early game, because he definitely is not a hero that does really well from behind. So I want to see him either on a position 3 or position 2, meaning that he should either be in a 1 vs 1 solo lane on maybe a safe lane, or he should be in a dual lane or a mid lane solo. The dual lane probably being on the middle lane rather than on the long lane. So maybe a Gauntlet plus a Luna dual lane mid, or a Gauntlet and Andromeda mid lane. Something of this sort.
Sure.
Well, what do you agree with this, or do you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I think the hero. I personally like him in position 3 because I don't think he needs a lot of farm to kind of do what he does. He just needs to ulti hook and hit his fist on someone and just burst people down. So he really only needs kind of like a portal key or something to do that effectively. So I think personally for me, putting him in a position 2 slot kind of wastes his potential. He doesn't really farm fast or whatnot. Doesn't scale well, like you said. So I kind of like him on 3 a bit more. But he definitely works in dual mids for kill lanes.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's also why I said that. I think because I think he's the type of hero that where you really want to get a lot of levels on early on, because both his hook and his gauntlet, his Q and his ultimate, they're all really important to get relatively early maxed out. So
let's quickly go over the bans because we almost got the draft finished. Hellbringer, Electrician, and Drunken Master are banned by Legion. Tempest, Behemoth, and Sulfuras get banned by Hellborn. Does anything really stand out?
So the Legion side, they were maybe afraid of running into Hellbringer for the team fight that the Hellborn side might try to pull off. But there's a Tempest being banned, so they do acknowledge the fact that the Legion potentially could run a jungler. So maybe they're seeing some, Zephyr Tempest combo coming out, or some strong early game pushes with the Tempest Astrolabe, potentially with the Zephyr in the front. But
I
nothing
almost
really.
feel like the Tempest ban was because the Hellbringer ban came out. Maybe they wanted a Tempest.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense actually. Now that I think about it.
But yeah, I agree with your analysis about the pushing team fight type of thing. So I think it's a good ban either way.
I am pretty shocked to see a Gauntlet and a Devourer in the same team, if I have to be honest with you. This might be very beautiful, but at the same time, it could also be one of those situations where you have two people hooking at the same time, and
they're missing a prisoner to round off the trio.
Yeah, actually, one time, I'm just gonna give a short story. One time, I tried to do a tri-lane with the old Donkey Kong boys, Dan and Holme, and we tried to do Prisoner, Gauntlet, and Devour tri-lane. That was.
How did that work out?
Well, we didn't try it again. That's too.
Was Devo hooking creeps after Prisoner hooked 5 things instead of 1?
I think we all just missed our hooks, and it just was kind of blaming each other. So that didn't really work out.
If you throw them all at the same time, somebody has to hit one, right?
Yeah, that's true. For sure.
All right, so last pick from Hellborn was the Dampier, I believe. Okay, well that was not the last pick of the game, but that was their last pick. They are going to be running a carry Dampier, and it's going to be going up against. It looks like it was a last pick of Bubbles and King Clout for the Legion side. So interesting. They're running the Parasite yet again. It worked out for them in game number 1.
But it's a very unusual draft. They have a Parasite, they have a King Clout, they have a Bubbles, and a Zephyr. It's like 4 heroes that you rarely ever see in competitive games. So
are they being spotted here? I think Gauntlet just showed himself.
Is there some way I can see
to somebody. It was either Zephyr or Parasite saw him. They are kind of hanging around here. As far as like a level 1 engagement goes, I want to say this goes for Legion because they have a Parasite, and Zephyr with Cyclone doesn't also do too much.
Oh, you were saying that the Legion, or you said Legion.
Sorry. Hellborn would win a level 1.
Yeah, for sure. I was surprised. It was like Parasite.
Maybe I said this backwards, but point being is I don't think Legion has the fighting power here.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, definitely. They can't contest this at all at level 1. So I'm happy to see they chose to back off a little bit and let the Hellborn team.
Is this a support Nitro? Because dude is playing the Nitro. I thought for sure this was a Nitro somewhere.
It makes sense as a support Nitro, given the fact that they have a Zephyr and a Bubbles and a King Cloud. So I would.
Is this classic Duder? No wards, 5 minor totems on the support.
Yep. It's I can recognize this from personal experience.
Parasite getting a couple of camps blocked, one in each jungle. This one being body blocked though by the Andromeda.
Oh, actually, this is a really nice job from the Andromeda, and like knowing that Parasite's gonna try to farm in the Hillborn jungle. Parasite is just he can't really get a good start if there's an Andromeda hitting his creep. And
yeah, and if he hits this creep as well, I think he shares some of the experience with Parasite.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like there's like a 10-second timer on it too. I don't know if players necessarily know that, but he can steal some of the XP. Didn't do it there though.
I think the Andromeda is really happy with just chasing Parasite around, because Parasite needs a decent start, otherwise he's gonna be not too useful.
All right, so let's talk about the lanes themselves. Bottom lane is King Clout 1 versus 2 against Gauntlet and Aluna. Does King Clout get some farm out of this lane, 1 versus 2?
I mean, there's definitely a chance that he's going to get killed by those two heroes, because he doesn't really have any escapes. He does have like a bit of harass, but I'd say he's definitely happy that he's on a safe lane with this.
Top lane, Nitro getting pretty low, but so is Dampier. He gets gusted, and he goes down. He couldn't get the flight off to heal up. So the Nitro Zephyr lane gets the Bloodlust kill here in game 2.
Yep, Nitro is a pretty potent support hero actually, so not surprised that they end up winning the small skirmish on the top lane.
Yeah, also, Andro Dampier against Zephyr Nitro. There's a gust. Nitro can't get in range for a blast off nuke.
I'd say Dampier is also almost like a notoriously weak laner sometimes against certain matchups, because he doesn't really have too high damage output, and also not really any mobility or so 1 second fear. Doesn't really cut it a lot of time.
He's leveling up the fear. I dislike that. I think you typically want to level out the flight.
Yeah, you generally max the vampiric flight, because it stays at 75 mana at all ranks, and it lowers cooldown by a significant portion of maxing it. So, yeah.
On top of healing you more by the more units you fly through. Yeah. Bottom lane, King Clout being slowed up by the Gauntlet. He activates the Beluster, as it's called. A couple more auto attacks to follow. One more needed. Gauntlet gonna get the kill here. Tower will not get a return kill.
Yeah, so I kind of expect this a little bit, that they do have kill potential, those two heroes. I do think that he's happy to be on the safe lane against a dual lane, but it's always difficult when you are a hero without any sort of mobility to go up against two heroes that both have stuns and kind of positioning displacement. So. Yeah, he might struggle a little bit on the bottom lane, but he is level 4, so he is getting pretty decent experience, but he's not farming ultimately.
Yeah, he has 12 creep kills. Not too bad, but 17 on the Gauntlet. I almost feel like that should be a little bit higher, but it is what it is. Middle lane, we haven't talked about this one yet. Bubbles versus Devo. I want to say that's gotta be Bubbles favored, right? Or maybe Devo can do fine in the lane. But top lane, we have a coming out. Dampier goes down again.
Where
Devo, of course, with the Invis rune. Now, I think they spotted the TP, so they know somebody's up here, right?
Yeah, this almost feels like a bit like a... Oh, that was close. It felt a bit like sort of like a TMM TP, where you hope that the mid laner does not communicate to the top lane that their mid laner is TPing top on the creeps. So
yeah, bottom lane, Clout dies for the second time. Just once he just gets stunned down and maybe hooked, he's just dead. But Bubbles gets a haste rune at the 4-minute mark, so that's gonna give him a nice safety net against the Debo, who might hit level 6 pretty soon. So far, it's been the Zephyr story here in game 2. He's 510 gold per minute with the 1-0-1 start, but more importantly, he's got 35 creep kills. Looks like he's been taking out some jungle camps here.
He's having really good start.
Creeps. Yep.
But it's definitely one of the lanes that you're happy to get a Zephyr going up on a 2v2 lane against one or two relatively weak heroes, so you can kind of have that explosive start where you can get a kill and you can just farm the lane, push out the lane, clear the jungle camps, and just quickly skyrocket to 500 plus GPM and hopefully take off from there. So yeah, I think he's really happy with his start. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he's getting close to finishing his Helm of the Black Legion, I think.
Mid gang coming out.
Kelfield coming out. There's Parasite and a Skeleton King. He's level 5. No leech, not needed though. Shell Surf takes him out. So Bubbles, he hits 6. I think this is because Devo ported top.
Yeah.
And then bottom lane, again, Clout goes down. I almost feel bad for Clout because I feel like this is just a tough lane for him.
They're trading mid back and forth. I generally don't really like Devo solo mid. I think Bubbles has a really hard time solo killing Devo by himself because Devo has a lot of HP.
Top lane, pull that thought. We have an engagement. Gauntlet TP's up here. Has the ultimate, I believe. No, it's already used. They take out the Zephyr, and they felt that they needed to address the Zephyr, which I think for good reason. He was
That's a really good rotation.
getting pretty out of control. Now he did buy his Beast Heart, so he could break this Iron Shield, I believe, and get his Helm of the Black Legion if he wants to.
I think generally people just keep the Torment Shield or the Iron Shield plus and just buy. I mean, that's at least what I do generally. I just keep the Iron Shield and just get a Helm on top of it, and then whenever the Helm doesn't proc, then the Iron Shield will usually proc as well. So.
All right, so choosing not to break that for now. I think having the Helm would give him a little bit of bonus HP and whatnot, but
there's also 8 agility for well, not too much.
Yeah.
Cool.
They go for a kill there on the Gauntlet, but not enough. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Dampier finding himself in trouble again. He gets denied by the Andromeda. Now Bubbles puts out the Soul Trap on the Andromeda. Using the Bottle Sip's gonna have enough mana for a Shell Surf. They're gonna take out the Andro. And Dampier finding a very tough time finding a safe lane to be in this game. Zephyr goes down in the top lane, and now Nitro is 1 versus 3. He could just run back. There is a hookup on the Gauntlet, though. He's going to sidestep it, but there's the Devo hook, so they have the second one ready to go. Blast Off comes and knocks back the Devo. Gauntlet does a good job of avoiding the knockback, the Blast Off with Devo there, and is able to run him down in the tower. Picks up the double tap.
They just both had to hook at the same time in there, so it's really hard to dodge both of them, I suppose.
Yep. Can you imagine if he ran right, sidesteps the Gauntlet hook, and then immediately runs left, sidesteps the Devo hook? That would have been quite a good sidestep sequence. But
so here, do you think it's correct for the Zephyr and the Nitro just to run back up top and just try to force the issue again, or?
That is a good question.
Because personally, I would be maybe a bit afraid of getting the same treatment again, but. Since there is action going on in the middle lane, maybe they feel like they have a chance to put some pressure up there.
Parasite and Bubbles seem to be doing a lot of work together with the Kelfields. And Bubbles had a DD rune this time, so he's been doing a really good job of controlling the tempo so far of the match. Parasite, I want to say he's getting close to that Codex. He either just bought it or needs. I think he just bought the full Codex. And meanwhile, bottom lane, Gauntlet is now on an onslaught streak, takes out the Clout. So, let's see what Parasite can do with the Codex here. I don't think he can solo kill the Gauntlet, so might just look to keep farming for now. Meanwhile, top lane, a nice blast off comes out from the Nitro, kicking back. I think it hit the Devo and the Dampier, so he was trying to jump in.
Yeah, so here I would like to see some investments being purchased by the Hellborn side again, considering they have predominantly magic damage on the Legion side throughout the game, so it's similar to the previous game.
Devo is only level 6 right now.
He's still almost 300 GPM, so he's not completely out of it.
Top lane, Typhoon is down. Final auto attack from Nitro. It looks like they used the overdrive there too, so 2 ultimates for the Dampier kill, and he's now 0-5 with 1 assist, only 200 GPM. Not too good.
Dampier he's struggling a little bit. It's hard to, especially on the Dampier, it's really hard to come back from a position like that, because he can't really, he can jump forward, but he can't really get away. And And he's definitely the type of hero where you want to have a really good start and just start flash farming once you have your 3 consume charges and your early levels. But, maybe he can recover in the jungle.
Players up here for Hellborn trying to address this Zephyr Nitro again. They're almost kind of expecting it. It looks like they're playing kind of cautiously. They don't really have any vision to know that they're up here. Devo has a haste, so maybe we'll see him pop that in the next minute or so and look for a kill attempt.
So the King Cloud is just chilling on the bottom lane, just recovering slowly.
Yeah, the nice thing about the Cloud is if they take a fight top, he can always just port to the tower and more or less be there within a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
What item you think we'll see Cloud go for as his first item this game?
I have no idea. I've known very little about this hero, to be honest with you. it's probably
I think staff is pretty normal for King Cloud. Reduces the ulti cooldown, which is a pretty big thing for the hero. Haste popped by the Devo here as the overdrive was used by Nitro, forces him back.
Does it also increase the fear time, the staff, or no? Or is it just
no, I think it only reduces the cooldown of the ultimate, but it also buffs up the goblins. I think spawn rate per goblin reduced to 3 seconds. New goblin spawn can no longer be blue. Green spawn increased to 50%. So I think the green ones are the good ones. Devo gets picked off here. Mass TPs are coming in from the Legion side. Kelfield locking down the Aluna, but there's a hook from the Gauntlet. Doesn't get him to safety. It looks like it will, but the Parade of Power comes out from King Cloud, lands on top of the Aluna. He gets transfigured, and Bubble snipes him out with the Shell Sir, picks up the double tap. So good Parade of Power coming in from Cloud. Secure a second kill.
Yep. That was a nice engagement coming out from the King Cloud. I feel like the Hellborn side are starting to fall slightly behind right now. Almost sort of licking their wounds, trying to...
Yeah, so they, in my opinion, they have a lot of heroes that really rely on winning their lanes because they don't have a lot of creep clearing power with the Devo and the Gauntlet and whatnot, so they're not able to easily push out waves, which forces them to be very reliable on setting up kills. Parasite gonna get kicked out of his creep here, and they are gonna be able to lock him down with the trio of heroes. Devo getting soul trapped up. Bubbles misses the Shell Sir, but here comes the overdrive from the Nitro, revealing the Devo, and now he will go down. No swap gonna be used there from the end. I think he had a range there actually. Yep, smoked Gauntlet. I think if he hits any of these heroes, it's a kill. He is gonna miss the hook though. Good sidestep coming in from the Clout, reacting in time.
But yeah, so most of the farm on the Hellborn side is all kind of focused on the Gauntlet currently.
I wonder if he has. I think Portal Key has to.
Yeah, I was thinking. Personally, I like to buy Alchemist most of this here, just because it kind of keeps you in the game at all stages of the game.
But you don't have to tell me twice about an Alchemist bones.
I know, but I think in this type of game you probably need to try to help your team by getting an early PK, Portal Key that is.
I agree. I think they are in that type of position now where they're going to need that item right away. Yeah. Maybe if he wants to go for an Alchemist once, he could do it after the Portal Key.
Yep, but you definitely don't enjoy being in this type of position with this sort of team where you need to... Oh, okay, coming out from him.
Yeah, he solo kills the Clout there.
Yeah, but as I was saying, these type of heroes, you don't want to be in the situation where you kind of have to force fights. I mean, there are ganking heroes, but if you feel like you're behind the game, try to gank in order to stay in the game is maybe not a good state you're in.
I also see Devo getting caught here by the Kelp field. He will get taken out. Once he gets caught, he's done. They didn't even need the Typhoon there.
The Dampier picked up a light brand, so he's looking to try to farm his way back into the game.
I think they had some stacks, right? And I want to say they took them in the middle of the jungle. I remember seeing some stacks earlier.
The Hellborn and the Legion side cleared them.
I want to say Dampier took them. I didn't see who took them, but I feel like he was like 200 GPM. Now he's 350 almost, so I think he probably took them.
Okay. Well,
I hope he took them.
So currently, there's 2 heroes on the Legion side with above 400 GPM, and then there's a Parasite with 350 and 2 supports with 228. So there's no one who has like a huge GPM advantage. It's only 50 minutes into the game. But that being said, there's still almost 6k gold ahead and 6.5k experience ahead of the recent gaming.
Yeah, so at this point in time, one like bad team fight from Legion, I think, can very easily get Hellborn back in the game. Great power mid lane with the overdrive. They're going to take out the Devo here. He is going to fall. TPs are coming in response. Gauntlet does have a portal key up. He tries to go for the Gauntlet Blast. There's the Aurora revealing the position, and they are going to burst him down with all of the spells. Parasite, very nice destroy from Luna there, breaks the face hug. And are they going to look to turn it around? Nitro, not enough damage. The power supply keeping Luna alive. Gauntlet hunting, but he's going to get caught by a Typhoon here. Andrew is going to swap him out.
Oh, Bubbles.
Nice 2-man kill coming in from the Bubbles. Very good patience from Bubbles there, and they get both kills. Gauntlet, by the way, was on a domination streak. That's going to give almost 700 gold over to Bubbles.
Gauntlet got a bit ahead of himself there, trying to force the issue, but maybe he feels like he's in the type of position where he has to, make some magic happen in order for his team to stay in the game. But it's one of those, initiations where it can very quickly end up costing you your life, and you'll shortly after regret that you peeked Blink forward.
Yippee top lane coming in, Clout getting the slows on Dampier. Can he catch up to him though? It doesn't look like it. So yeah, with that kill on the Bubbles, he picks up a portal key. He's got the spell shards level 1. He's having a pretty good game here. 510 GPM. You'll love to see it.
Yep.
Zephyr goes for Shamans and Helm. What do you think he's going for as his like follow-up to these core items?
I think he's gonna build into Oblivion Hammer now. No, that was a joke. I could see him going for like a full barrier here, just because it's
okay.
Sort of cost effective, just to help his team group up. I think barrier is a decent choice. He could also just even go for something like a Shrunken, just because they mainly have spell damage on the Hellborn side, or you could just go for a Dawnbringer. He could go for a Mug potentially. Could go for he went for the barrier, which makes kind of perfect sense. With the way
How do you rate staff on Zephyr? Is that like an item he should buy himself, or not really necessary?
No, I think that's definitely an option too. Actually, for some reason, I kind of didn't know that one.
Mid lane, we have Gauntlet getting picked off here. Nitro gets credit for the kill. This was a Kelfield use. Parade of Power was also used. Dampier gets the kill here on the Bubbles, takes out the Legendary Streak. He's going to get swapped to safety. Are they going to be able to catch him now is the question, as King Cloud and Nitro are leading the way. Parasite.
Oh, big hook coming out.
Nice hook on the King Cloud there from Devo. Zephyr leading the front lines. Dampier trying to stay alive, but there's the Typhoon breaking the trees, and now Dampier is in a lot of trouble. He is going to fall. It is a hat trick coming out for the Nitro.
Yep.
And everyone dies except for the Devourer here, so it's a 4-for-2 team fight favoring Kraken Wagon. Oh, hook almost hitting on the Nitro there. Port coming in, there's the Gauntlet, he's got the portal key deactivated from the Gust. He's got it up now though, he's gonna go in. Does not hit the hook, unfortunately. It's a little bit too short.
So currently, Coco Jumbo team, aka Kraken, what is their name again?
Kraken Wagon.
Kraken Wagon are leading with a 10k gold lead and a 9.5k experience lead. So they are definitely on the path to take this game. With the Nitro almost finishing his Nullfire, sorry.
Yes, the support Nitro with the Nullfire Blade. Almost in the making.
And I assume the Parasite is probably on a Codex 4 or 5 almost at this point. Should be.
I still find it very frustrating you cannot click on this guy.
Yep.
For lack of better words. And figure out what level his item is.
Well, you need to use your your game knowledge to know.
There it is. He's out of a creep. Level 4.
Okay, so I was right with the level 4 or 5.
Yeah.
All right, and the Zephyr, he currently has spent all his gold, so I'm not entirely sure what he's spent his excess gold on.
Yeah,
the
I'm not
bubbles-
sure either, actually. Something probably relatively small, but not too small.
Could be a Sol's Bulwark, maybe. Maybe he feels that. I mean, we'll see. It could look like a Sol's Bulwark, actually. I wouldn't be too much against that. It could also just be a glowstone built up for an energizer. I don't like energizers, but it's probably not bad. Okay, it was a glowstone, so he's just going into a staff, which I'm kind of okay with. I think staff in that hero makes decent sense, and he can also start the King Cloud later on, maybe, or the bubbles even, if that's what he.
Yeah. What if he staffs the Parasite and he runs around in a Dread Beetle or a Dragon Master?
Well, then I don't know. I don't think that's very good. If that's
Okay,
because
fair enough. Just wanted to get your
I mean,
thoughts on that.
it would make sense if he went staff first item and the Parasite would have the upgrade staff by minute 15, and the Parasite would have maybe Abyssal Skull or something. But I feel like Parasite with Codex 5 in an Ancient Creep doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
I agree. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So I definitely hope he's not going for that route. That would be less less useful.
Optimal.
Yeah, less optimal. That's a good way of putting it.
What's Gauntlet buying here with this major totem? Is this
So
it's
that's
not a
just
Void Talisman, is it?
It's the Sackstone upgrade. Sackstone upgrade.
It's just right, okay. Sackstone upgrade.
Yeah, actually, I think, and given that he has the challenge, he probably doesn't need the Energizer. But he had a really good start, and now he's down to 360 GPM. He's had his PK for what, 5 minutes now, 7 minutes or something, and you're kind of ending up in this position where you're not really, you're neither a carry or a support. So I guess that's what a position 3 is in general. But
Yeah.
But
So he still could go in Alchemist Bones or maybe like a Hellflower even.
I think the fact that he chose to go for Sackstone kind of gives us a tell that he's probably not too interested in going for an Alch Bones, because it does delay his Alchemist timing by a fair bit, to the point where it probably doesn't really make a lot of sense to buy it anymore. But he's probably just gonna go for Shrunking at this point.
Our team wants to fight this Kongor. Nice hook on the Nitro. Rate of Power gonna stop the Devourer, but there's a Gauntlet Blast. Barrett comes out, saves the Nitro. Typhoon not gonna really connect, but they are gonna bring down the Gauntlet there with the Parasite nukes. Dampier smoked up, gonna open in on the Clout, is gonna bring him down, so they get the quick response kill, but Devourer is in the fray and he goes down. It's a double tap for the Parasite. Currently a 3 versus 4 with Kongor on low HP. Here comes the solo Kelfield on the Dampier. There is Swap ready to go, but he would break the Kelfield. He's gonna get stunned up. Codex comes out from the Parasite, takes him out, and Nitro living life on the edge here with a sliver of health. Gets power thrown by the Illuna, so he does pay for it with his life. But now Andromeda gets sniped out by the Bubbles, leading the charge here. Picks up a Light Brand, by the way. And Nitro's onslaught streak does get taken down. Can the Legion team finish this Kongor here, Foz? They only have 3 players alive. Make that 4, as King Cloud did just respawn.
I think it's gonna. I mean, they do have Abyssal now in the Parasite. I think it's gonna be hard with the 2 heroes, but with 3, they're probably gonna be fine. Probably.
Light Brand Bubble's gonna aid for the DPS. That's our first Kongor kill of the game. Luna almost snipes it in time. Just a little bit short.
Yep. The Dampier is definitely sad to die in that fight. I was a little bit surprised that they only chose to show up for the initial gank with 3 heroes, and then have the remaining 2 heroes follow up 30 seconds later.
And also they didn't get that pick off on the Nitro right away. He was able to survive with the assistance of the barrier.
Exactly, and I'd say that's mainly due to the fact that they only showed up with 3 heroes. So. They probably could have had enough burst damage just to take him out immediately with the Dampier jump.
So Devo's got 2k gold saved up. Is this a portal key?
I'd say that's very likely. I think that's a decent item to go for on the Devour in general, especially since he went for the Shaman. So not that there's It makes sense here. I think he's gonna buy portal.
There it is. That is the portal key.
Yep. Goes for a smoke, so he's gonna look to make a gank here potentially. Maybe try to find the bubbles on the top lane with this portal key that's being sent out. Bubbles is mindful of this presence, hiding in the trees. He might get. Oh, here Bubbles shows himself with the shell sharp. He blinks to the trees.
Gets hit with the power throw.
This is really bad for
Devo's gonna
Bubbles,
walk
actually.
into a. Oh, silence. He needs to silence here. Oh, he didn't silence.
Oh, he already. He
had it on cooldown.
Yeah, he cleared the creep wave with it. Slightly too
Unfortunate.
too confident on the bubbles there, but they are pushing out the other lane, so maybe he's not too satisfied with it after all.
Devo hook gonna miss here. They're gonna go for the tower. They are gonna get it in the end. I think Zephyr's getting pretty close to his staff.
Yeah.
Or the port's coming in top. They want to go for this Dampier.
Oh,
They're gonna try to maybe hide her. Dampier. Oh, is he gonna? Oh.
Dampier's definitely overstepping a little bit. Oh,
There's the overdrive. He is dead.
Demolished
too greedy there.
Yeah. I think. Well, I can't see their vision, but.
Rate of power, defensive. I think he's gonna fly out. Yep.
Is he getting initiated on?
Yeah, caught him there. Evo goes in on the parasite. They're gonna burst him down.
Zephyr just finishes stop.
King Cloud has no ultimate. Maybe also gonna go down.
He missed his ghost.
Typhoon comes out. They're gonna walk out of it though. Devo maybe gonna sacrifice himself in the background here. Bubbles gets a nice 2-man kill field, locking down both the supports. And now Zephyr is charging in, gonna take out the Andromeda. Power throw hits onto both the Bubbles and the Zephyr. Meanwhile, Devo does go down to the Nitro in the backlines. Bubbles trying to find the Illuna here. He has the portal key. Oh, he goes for the silence but misses. Does Illuna survive? It looks like he does. No vision coming in from the Bubbles. He just had to simply guess. And unfortunately, two out of 3 times, guessed wrong.
Yep, it was unfortunate, but at least he was trying to go for the blind silence.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh.
Good attempt there.
You miss every shot you don't take, so
For sure. He's going for a Grimoire Power, by the way. He picked up the Blessed Orb just now in the Bubbles, so almost has the full Grimoire of Power.
I think it's good.
But if we want to talk about big item pickups, Dampier just got a Shrunk, and I think that's going to greatly increase his odds of surviving in these team fights a bit longer.
Well, yeah, it's going to increase his odds of surviving, but is it going to increase their odds of winning the team fight because they might just be able to, to outlast the shrunken Dampier and then, take them down afterwards. Given that they are fairly tanky with the barrier stuff, Zephyr in the front, and then some decent items on the other heroes. So we're gonna have to see if the shrunken's gonna be able to pull them back into this game.
The Hellborn team's doing a Kongor here, down by 13 gold and 18,000 experience. Does Legion have any idea this is going on? Looks like they're heading over. Here comes the Parade of Power. Is it going to make it in time? It is going to free them up. And Andromeda might get hit by... Sorry,
he got it.
Dampier. He is going to steal the Kongor on the King Cloud. Dampier forced to use the Shrunken. Codex does take out the Gauntlet as well. Devo hits the hook here on the Parasite, but there is not really any team support follow-up. Parasite might just simply go down. He does take out the Devourer, though, and it is going to be the double tap. And a counter double tap coming in from the Dampier as well. So... big picture, Kongor is stolen here, Fa. It's a 3-for-2 fight in the end.
Would you call it a disaster, or is it just a bad situation?
A mini disaster.
Mini disaster.
I'll hit you with the in-between answer.
All right. Yeah, mini disaster, that's probably a pretty good description.
It's a mini disaster, because at least the Dampier didn't die. He was very close to dying there.
Yeah, and they did kill both Parasite and the King Cloud, but at the end of the day, they still ended up with I think a lower net worth position than they had before the Kongor 10. So.
Well, it looks like Zephyr's ready to staff boost. I think it has to be the Clout, or he would have already used it by now.
He used it on the no. Wait.
Come on, Zephyr.
Ooh. Is he gonna use it on the bubbles? On bubbles? King Cloud bubbles? Okay, he's on King Cloud for sure. I'm sure King Cloud's like
it's
definitely.
Yeah, I mean it lowers the cooldown to 80 seconds. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then with the refresher, you're looking at okay, but is he going for stuff on the King Cloud? Do you think?
I guess it's
or
a
is it-
shrunken head, but
Oh no, sorry, I meant shrunken.
but I don't feel like that's all that useful on Clout because
Yeah,
I
well,
don't I think once he flies in and gets his bluster off, I don't think he really cares if he gets
he's
if he
struggling a
soaks
bit.
spells.
Sorry.
Hook on the Bubbles here mid lane. He doesn't take cover of that. Here comes the Braid of Power though, fearing up the Devo, and this might get Bubbles the safety he needs. It does, and they turn it around. Parasite Codex is the gauntlet. Kelfield locking down Devo. He goes down. Dampier is here now on the Parasite. Parasite's gonna walk out. The Typhoon slowing him up through the shrunken head. Dampier trying to pick a target. He is gonna go for the TP, but he is gonna survive. Actually, there were no disables to cancel that port as the shrunken head did wear off, and Andromeda, Devour, and Gauntlet all fall, as they were so close fought to bringing down the Bubbles, but hero of the team fight, King Clout, saves the day.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a really good save by the King Cloud. And as you can see, the Dampier, he was struggling to do a whole lot when he was stuck in the Zephyr Typhoon. Because even though he had his shrunken up, the Typhoon still provides a pretty significant movement speed slow. So.
I agree, it did, yeah. They were not able to kill that Parasite or the Bubbles, who were both very low in life. And Tower takes a lot of pressure here at the base, but they ultimately fall back. And they will full reset here.
Yep. It seems like they're getting a bit too many items across the board on the Legion side for a kind of single core lineup to deal with.
Parasite gonna avoid the Devo hook, but gets kicked out of the creep. Here comes another Fear. He gets his spells off though. King Cloud bought him a little bit of time. They get the counter kill here on the Gauntlet, and now he's manning up on the Devourer. Needs another Transfigure, but he has no team support. His Andromeda and Dampier are now here. Devo gonna find himself a regen rune if he wants it. He's gonna go for the hook. The blind hook almost lands, millimeters off. I think King Cloud felt that breeze hit him. It was so close.
What was that damage coming out from the King Cloud? He just almost one-shot the Gauntlet, I felt. I don't know if the Gauntlet was low HP from the Parasite.
Yeah, the Parasite I think added some assisted damage there.
I was surprised that he just, evaporated.
Devo is gonna get counter kelped here as he did miss the hook. Breaks the Kelphill with the Andromeda swap. Bubbles is in the front lines, goes with the silence. Typhoon now locking down the Devo. There's the Storm Spirit though from Aluna. Dampier trying to pick a target. He goes on the Bubbles, but there's the take cover. Overdrive is activated, doing tons of damage through that shrunken head, and Dampier is going to fall. He cannot get a consume off to heal back up as he unfortunately overstepped his boundaries there.
Denied.
And does have a buyback, but will not have a shrunken head for another 55 seconds here. Will this be a Rax or maybe just a tower push here in the mid lane? What do you think we're gonna see happen?
50 seconds, 5 heroes against double hooker. They might not be able to take the Rax here. They're probably gonna look to take the tower, but the Hellborn side, they do have the advantage of having 2 hookers in their team. 2 heroes with hooks.
Double power throws, I think, just connected on the Nitro. He takes the pressure.
But they're definitely
in a ballista. Can he bring down the tower? Maybe he goes for one more hit. Nitro takes it out. Ooh, the hook attempt almost connects onto Nitro. So it looks like they will be content with the tower only. They do not force out a Dampier buyback, so I think Hellborn's a little happy with that aspect. But they do have their own Conqueror now to attend to, as they have the Abyssal Skull Parasite. Take that.
Yep. Yeah. So even if the Hellborn team they managed to land a good hook, they at this point they're kind of struggling in the damage output department. So that's a bit of an issue for them currently, that they might not even be able to kill whichever target they manage to lock down or open on with a hook. And that's also what happened on the mid lane, where they managed to land a really good hook into I think it was a Devourer ultimate or something, but they still just didn't have enough burst damage to take down the Bubbles. So that's definitely an issue for them. See any interesting item pickups? The Nitro almost has a Shrunken, really strong support with both Nullifier 3 and Shrunken. The question is, how many wards did he put this game? Does he qualify as a support hero? Because I see that currently I see, if you look across the map, that the King Cloud is actually the one putting the wards around the map, which would suggest that maybe they have decided to sort of swap the supporting roles, and the Nitro sort of transitioning into more of like a core.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
No real harm done there. Words can be bought by everyone.
I disagree. No, wait, what?
Wait, what?
Uh,
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Zephyr has a bulwark. Is he gonna want to go full demonic here?
I definitely hope so. Demonic is a really good item on Zephyr in general, in my opinion. This gives him a little bit of pushing power. It gives him some much needed armor. It gives him some auto attack attack damage that he's lacking. He's definitely not the hero where you want to stack too much auto attack damage, because he is mostly dealing damage through his cyclones and his typhoon. But supplying your teammates with some attack speed and armor. And
Gauntlet gonna jump here on the King Cloud. He gets the Shrunken Head off though, right before Dampier is able to land the flight. He gets the Parade of Power off, fears them initially. He's gonna pour to it to safety. Even ports, I think, through the power middle lane. Luna is gonna go down. Nitro very low on life. He's gonna go down as well. Kelfield comes out.
Sweet revenge.
As they do bring down the Dampier. Helmet's not going to be covered by the Bubbles, who has double damage, by the way. Parasite's now here, and Gauntlet is all of a sudden in a world of trouble. He's going to hook Bubbles backward. Not going to matter, though. Too much damage coming in from the Grimoire Bubbles. Zephyr not even needed here. Meanwhile, what's going on in the background? Oh, it's just Andromeda hiding in the trees.
he's without a TP.
Alright, so yeah, he's gonna need to get back to base, because Agent Team is leading the front here for that middle Rex. Double hooker though, ready to go, Fa.
Yep. Let's see if they can pull
one hook. Bubbles there. Two hooks.
Right,
one hook, two hook. No good on either hook.
The weight of shame coming out now.
Now they have 8 more seconds on the.
Here comes another D.Va hook. Gauntlet. I don't know.
D.Va's gonna jump in, very aggressive though. Was expecting him to do a hook back. Gauntlet surviving on one leg, misses the hook again. This Rex is going to fall with very little resistance. Well, with Devo dead now, he doesn't have a buyback, so almost kind of hurts their chances of holding the second Rex. Another sidestep coming in from the Zephyr here. And this could very well be a second full set of Rex. Sheepstick from the Bubbles, just freshly purchased there. Sheeps up the Dampier. Oh, one hit on the Rex. Bubbles wanted it. And it does go down, actually, to the creeps. Jim-Man Kelfield comes in on the Dampier, forces the Shrunken Head out. Bubbles. He's going to avoid the fear, but he's going to get locked down. I think he's going to take cover right now. He's going to survive on next to nothing. Gauntlet goes down. Dampier without a Shrunken now, getting transfigured by the Cloud. Two-Man Silence comes in from the Bubbles with the Soul Trap healing himself up. He is going to stay alive, and the GGs are called for Game 2. Looks like is under wraps here. 2-0 for Kraken Wagon. They're going to take this best of 3 series. Any final thoughts here on Game 2 and ultimately the series as a whole?
Well, turns out at the end of the day that 2 hookers is maybe too many in your team.
Too many hookers.
Yeah. So,
I can get behind that.
And the unconventional draft from Dude turns out to be successful at the end of the day. So.
Yep, a Nitro support working out for them, and they are 2-0 with a Parasite jungle lineup.
Yeah. But let's wait and see, how things are gonna progress in the later stages of the tournament. Are they gonna, stick to their jungler, or are they gonna mix things up and maybe try something else?
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
So with this result here, Reason Gaming will move down to the loser bracket round 1, where they are going to face B-Pro, who lost in the qualifier round. So they are still alive and will continue to play, I believe, following this match. And then we have semifinal number 2, which I believe will start once this series concludes. So that will be Grand Talk versus Noah's Ark. So that one should be a pretty good series. And they are going to be looking to see who will face the Kraken Wagon in the winter bracket finals.
Yep. Congratulations to
Kraken Wagon.
Kraken Wagon for advancing to the winter bracket finals. Well played. All throughout. Interesting draft. Interesting lanes. So always a pleasure to watch Dude and his teammates pull off some interesting heroes.
All right, so this will wrap up semi-final number 1. We will go on a short break and hopefully be back very soon with semi-final number 2. So you don't want to go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Okay, welcome to the Paradise League. What you got had to leave us, sadly, but I am here. My name is HoN, and I'll be casting this game today, and I am joined by a friend of mine, Salt. Salt, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
I'm happy to finally find a co-caster after a long search of whispering many people. But
It's been a long time.
Okay, so did you manage to join the game?
Yes.
Okay, should be able to
Yeah,
spec now.
it works. Yes.
Okay,
The
perfect.
screen is black though, the peeking face, but yes, it's good.
Okay, so let's just go over the bandstand. We have Team Green Tack versus Noah Shark. Lots of unfamiliar faces on the Legion side, but I know that is what you got playing. It is Val playing. It is Sunk Bob playing.
Yes, it's Doze on yellow as well.
Doze, of course, yes. And the last one is, I don't know who that is, but
Oh, the Fendi guy is Eston.
oh, Eston, that was it was
Yeah,
Eston.
that's that is
man,
one.
people with new names.
Yeah, so many sub accounts to keep track.
Bastards. Okay, so we see Fate band, we see Adrenaline band.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Defiler,
listen to
Prisoner.
you because the screen is black for me here, so I'm gonna follow you,
Okay.
and then when the game starts.
Perfect. So Fate, Adrenaline, Defiler, Prisoner, Keeper, and Buffagor ban. And we see the Engineer being a first pickup by the Legion team here. Yeah. So Engineer's always been a powerful pickup, of course. It's at some point they changed like the keg range to 800 range.
Mhm.
And at that point, it's the Engineers is such an easy to follow up with hero. If you pick something like a Magmus, if you pick something like a Rally, any kind of like instant stun, at that point, the Engineer can follow up and push them back into you with the keg. And the keg doing like a lot of damage early on now.
Yeah, having a reliable stun is always great with the engineer.
Rally is actually a really good counter pick against the Engineer because the keg is quite delayed. You can really see it coming, meaning that if you don't use the Rally stun offensively, Rally can use his Q defensively to save someone from the Engineer, of course. And the Chipper also quite defensive. And Chipper always like strikes me as like an hero that you need to stack with a lot. And then have someone to clear those stacks, of course. So
Also, having the shield on Chipper is always a great thing against the engineer. Being able to save pretty much everyone against theirs.
Yeah, because it's a big heal, isn't it? It's like 125 HP at level 1. So that is like almost negating the entirety of the kick stun plus something else maybe.
Yeah, it absorbs 125 magic damage first level.
Yeah. So okay, yeah, Magmus picked up. That was not a big surprise because Magmus plus Engineer is always something that you see picked up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if they are going to try lane with that. Magmus is a hero that has been very popular throughout the last 12 years, I think, because of his stun. The stun has not really changed as much as I'm aware. It has always just been very strong, a long stun, 1.25 seconds. And practically impossible to miss. I'm not gonna jinx him right now. But you should, in theory, not miss the Magma stun. But and also Forsaken Archer, what is important to note here, I think, is that if you hit the crippling volley from the Forsaken Archer, the target cannot be rally stunned away to safety.
Exactly. You're staying in a place, you cannot move there.
Yeah, you're immobilized.
It doesn't mobilize you, exactly. Yeah, which is a great thing.
Yeah, so Forsaken Archer is quite a powerful hero against the rally, especially if you're not initiating. And the way that I'm seeing it right now is that Engineer and Magmus are both kind of like AoE heroes in a sense, in which they usually do like a stun on 2 targets with the Magmus. And the Engineer just has like a lot of damaging abilities, and the Forsaken Archer can usually hit his crippling volley on 2 targets as well. While Chipper, Rally, they're way less damage on the Rally stun specifically, and also Chipper doesn't really do any AoE damage. So if they were to try lane on the Legion side, I don't see the Hellborn side winning that tri lane ever. Not with those heroes. Because in a tri lane versus tri lane, it's about like, maximizing the damage of your spells on the enemies. You just want to hit as many enemies as possible.
Not very familiar with the Legion side's tactics, so I don't really know how they're going to run it, but it definitely looks like a very strong tri lane. So yeah, already having Magnus and the Chip and the Engineer in the same lane is great for boxing out, which creates a lot of space for Forsaken Archer to farm. But then again, we're gonna need to see how Puppet Soul adapts to that situation. They might see that coming, they might not. So,
yeah, they can also just if the Legion side wants to run like an aggressive tri lane, you usually pick up the Chipper because you want to stack your entire jungle. So then you can farm it with whatever carry you pick or whatever mid lane you pick. So the one way to deal with that, of course, is to like run an aggressive tri lane with your heroes. But Forsaken Archer kind of fits that same role in which Forsaken Archer wants to be in the safe lane, and then once like you get level 7 or whatever on Forsaken Archer, you just want to farm your entire jungle.
Yes, it's pretty easy to lock down the Forsaken Archer early. She's very vulnerable. So maybe sending her in the tri lane might be the better option, but then again, we do want to see what Legion side want to do here.
Yeah, and another thing, actually, like Hammerstorm, interesting. You do have the one of the new changes they actually made on the Hammerstorm is that you have when you press the W, the Galvanize, is that you give your allies some armor as well for 5 seconds.
Yes, exactly. You give them some armor. I'm not great sure about want to see that.
I think it's impactful.
2, 4, 6, and 8. Yes, a lot of armor. Early,
No. The allies get half.
Oh, the allies get
1,
half.
2, 3,
okay.
4. Yeah, but like 2, 3 armor is it's because I don't really think you don't need your E in the laning phase.
No, not used there. You're not farming there. You don't want to push the lane so much. So
giving your allies some, like they don't have that much physical damage, of course, but giving your allies some armor is definitely useful. So that's the stack clear for the Chipper. So I do like that pick, of course, because Hammerstorm, of course, is very good at picking up at just taking stacks. And Forsaken Archer is not a hero with like a lot of mobility. She has a lot of farming potential. She is gonna do a lot of damage with the Nullfire that she is undoubtedly going to pick up, but she does not have an escape like some other faster heroes. Hammerstorm, if Hammerstorm gets in the face of the FA, Hammerstorm is just gonna smack that face into the ground basically, and the FA is not gonna win that most of the time.
Yeah, so definitely gonna hurt. You wanna create as much space as you want for Forsaken Archer to be able to shine late game. Otherwise, they have a lot of lockdown on the Hellborn team, which is gonna be fatal.
This feels like a very trainy team on the Legion side. I see an FA and I see like 4 stunners. It's like stereotypical stunners.
Yeah, that's what you want to have when you play Forsaken Archer, right? You want to open up the map as much as you can, make as many plays as you can, and you want to let her shine late game, because I do think that's one of the best snowball late gamers currently in this meta, if not the strongest carry maybe. So yeah, if you make the early game smooth for her, then
yeah, she just farms so fast, doesn't she? The hero is just it's so good. Gladiator. I was gonna say like I would have liked for the Legion team, because you see the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm notoriously does get kited a bit every now and then. Like if you just have some kind of like for example, if you have a blitz with the ultimate that goes to Shrunken, Hammerstorm, if he tries to go on the FA and you manage to like, just blitz ultimate Hammerstorm's gonna have a real hard time actually reaching the Forsaken Archer. And there are a lot of heroes that kind of like just bully the Hammerstorm in that sense. And they didn't pick anything of that up, because the Moraxis and the Midas, once Hammerstorm has this Shrunken, the Midas and the Moraxis are not really going to be able to deal with the Hammerstorm. On the bright side, they do have the Engineer field to at least give some protection to the Forsaken Archer, and they can of course get tablets and Storm Spirits. And actually one thing that we haven't talked about is also the Kinesis pickup against the Magnus, which is of course insane. Because having a Magma Stun on a Kinesis, it gives you so much survivability. Because the moment you have like the hammer, so then the Magma Stun on the Kinesis, you're basically like a Magmus Plus at that point, or ranged Magmus, as you could call it. So I definitely expect like it is Hansi actually playing the Kinesis here. I definitely expect Hansi to do great things with Kinesis. And I'm curious. There are actually a lot of good spells for the Kinesis to steal here. We have the Mirax's Stun, which is not the greatest because you really need to be in the face, of course, but it is still good stun. The Engineer Keg is, of course, insane. Magma Stun is insane, and even the FAQ is kind of good. So I think he's gonna suffer from choice stress, if anything. And we do see 2 Tri-Lanes, so that's about what expected.
Yeah, also
so
trying to have a quick reconnect here, having some issues here.
Oh yeah, okay, so we see the Engineer, Forsaken Archer, Magmus in the bottom lane. Against the rally, and we see the Hammerstorm. Well, actually, I could also just share my screen. 1 second. Maybe that's better. Here, so you can just. Okay, let's. I can, perfect. Then you can watch it me at least. So perfect. Okay, so we see Mirax's Kinesis and Hammerstorm in the long lane against the Suicide Mirax's, and we see the Forsaken Archer, Engineer, and Magmus against a Rally Suicide. And I'm kind of curious which one of these Suicides is actually going to... Like, in theory, neither of them should get anything. And actually, where the Miraxis is being locked out of the lane right now, the Rally is just getting free XP. Which is a bit of sloppy gameplay from the Legion side, I'd say. And yeah, they're just pulling right now, nothing much is happening. We do see the Magmas rotating over to the mid lane. They don't really... Until like the Midas gets level 4, they should not really get an opportunity here. And I also would like the Legion side to maybe ward for the Magmas rotation, because that is something they should definitely be expecting. And in the mid lane, that might actually be a dangerous position, because Magmas coming over, Midas already having the some damage in. Didn't end up going for it. I think they could have committed for that. Kinesis also not choosing to steal the Magmas Q when he had the opportunity there is kind of greedy, I think. Because the Magmas Q just helps so much with surviving. And that's a good Q! He has the Apollo! Oh, he's gonna survive with just a couple of HP. Clutch Apple from the Midas there. Region Rune being picked up in the bottom lane. And yeah, Rally is just getting a lot here, while the Mirax is just being completely locked down. And this also comes kind of back to the fact that they did not actually find the... they didn't find the Rally in the early game, while he was just sitting there. They just let him kind of chill in the jungle. And Miraxis might actually be dead here. Miraxis already used the W, and he's gonna get, good patience from the Hammerstorm by not using his Q when activate the shield on the Miraxis. I do think Miraxis could have maybe played it a bit more patiently with his shield, because I do think that the Hammerstorm Q actually counts as a projectile, so I think you can... I'm not actually entirely sure. Does it count as a projectile? So when you like Hammerstorm shield, eh? So it's like it counts as nullstone initially, but it also works against projectiles, for example, against like chipper rockets. So if you would wait until the projectile from the hammer storm, the Q is already in the air, and then activate your W, I'm not 100% sure whether or not you would get stunned on it. Do you know?
I'm trying to solve the issue here. I'll get back the second I can.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you can always just watch the other screen, right? On Paradise's Discord. And they're going mid lane. They are not gonna get anything. Kinesis is still choosing to hold on to the golden salvo. The golden salvo is a lot of damage. It is 100 damage if you hit 1 and 120 actually if you hit 2. So it's definitely not bad. But I mean, it's no magma stun, right? And we see, yeah, okay, so the Gladiator is actually winning this mid lane pretty hard. I do think this is partially because the Magmas early on. And this is actually an issue I've seen with a lot of Magmas pickups, is where if you don't really run if you don't really run the Magmas in the trial lane, it's kind of hard to get stuff done with the Magmas. Oh, and the Magmas actually ported to the top lane. Magmas also not choosing to pick up boots. I don't know what the Magmas is gonna do in the top lane. Maybe they want to choose to like go 2v2. They did actually see the Magmas rotation because they had a ward on the top side near the camp for the first few minutes. They're not gonna be... Oh, Hammerstorm Ghost Marchers. Oh, that's something. Oh, and they're going top lane. Magnus is here, but the Chipper shield was already used. Magnus does not have his Steam Bat, so Magnus should be dead here, I think. He does have 9 battery charges. Nah, but that's a dead Magnus. Okay, yeah, Magnus with just no boots. It's just a little bit too, like, it's not very versatile. You can't really do much with it because the stun range on the Magnus is only 400 range early on, so that is just really awkward. I don't know. I don't like it that much, but we do see at least the entire jungles, both of the entire jungles being completely stacked by both teams for whenever the carries choose to, you know, go there. But yeah, Magmus, the Morex is only being like 90 GPM right now, while the rally is 200 GPM. And a lot more XPM as well, just because he got to sit in the lane a lot more. He got boots now. He got like level 5 at 0.6. Level 6 he can actually start doing stuff. So that's really good for them. And I think that comes back down to simply the enemies not really looking for the Magnus. They just let them sit in the lane there for no reason. And I don't really understand why, because they had the Magnus and the Engineer in the bottom lane early on, where they could have showed, like, just you know, just look around a little bit. You gotta be somewhere. So he didn't really do much anything anyway. He can't really gank middle either, because well, the Midas needs his level 6. And after the 6 you can really choose to start doing stuff. Okay, FA just steadily going towards what I imagine is a Whispering Helm or something like that. Rally might be in some danger. Rally gets initiated, and that's the arrows and the crippling volley and the keg on top. We do see some ports coming in. That is a pitfall and a W used on the Forsaken Archer. Forsaken Archer maybe in some trouble. They do... Oh no, they're gonna turn it, and that's a big 2 Magma stun and a keg on top, and it's a turn for Legion side. 2 turns. Sadly, there were not more ports there. The Chipper not having a port ready. Hammerstorm having a port ready but not choosing to use it means that they lose both the tower and 2 kills. And unfortunately, I believe that the Gladiator actually had no mana for the ultimate there. I think they had the ultimate, because the ultimate is like 300 damage level 1. That may have been enough, but without that, maybe not. Okay, perfect.
Yes, no problem. I'll do that. Right.
Yeah, nice. Okay, this should be fine then. Okay, so is everything okay on your end now, Salt?
Yeah, I'll just follow your screen. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm ready now.
No, I'm happy that you're here, man. Like
I'm
talking
happy
to
have you
myself
here,
does
man.
get boring after an hour.
Yeah, I
Doesn't it?
figured it
That's
out. But
right.
you're doing an amazing job, so it's like I'll try to catch
Well,
up from now. So
to be fair, that's just like streaming experience, right?
exactly.
Just like monologuing like a fucking pro.
That's just an everyday task, right? It's nothing to
Exactly. Okay, so what do you think about the Ghost Watch Hammerstone?
Ghost Marchers, I mean, it does have its benefits of having high mobility, but at the same time, they have a great burst potential from the Legion team. So that depends. I think if he wants to go a little passive, then having Steam Boots is the better option. But if he plans on being more active and getting some more rotations, then probably Ghost Marchers would be the better option here. But either of them, I think, were great on this hero.
That is a sneaky ward. Because like a lot of the, I think a lot of the game is going to be decided in the next, say, 5 minutes, when the Legion side decides to take, well, these stacks, and the Hellborn decides to take these stacks. Oh, they're actually already doing it. Sadly, no one is actually there. I would have liked maybe Rexus or something to at least get ready to kind of disrupt them here, because that was a really good ward from Magnus there pulling it up.
Yeah, I would have loved to clear that stack now to get some advantage on the mid lane.
Yeah.
And they did it first.
So when I played comp, right, back in the olden days, what Imba actually, Imba Boy did a lot when he was playing FA, because FA was even more broken back then, was this. Ultimates to double, triple stacks, basically. But what he would use to do a lot is actually just smoke into, like here, smoke into the enemy jungle, and just nuke it down instantly and get out. And there's nothing you can do about it if, like, you're always gonna be too late, because he just gonna pop it, and he's just gonna run away after. And that is, like, one way to really get the usage advantage. It is a risk, of course, and especially if they know that you're not, you know, taking the stacks in their jungle, in your own jungle, they're gonna expect something, especially if you do it more often. Engineer also just chilling with FA is something that I like, because he's just gonna get so much experience from this, right? Because the Grave Locket, whenever an enemy kills a creep, or so whenever the targets you're linked to kills a creep, you get XP from that. And the same thing, we have Max also, or the Chipper with the rockets. Whenever you stack a camp, you also get 50 XP. So in the early game, as a support, it's actually a really good way to get a lot of XP and gold, of course, as well. For your team.
Combined with an affiliate pack, that's always a great thing.
Yeah, true. Oh, we do actually, yeah, that's a good call, yeah, because we do see the affiliate quest picked up on the Chipper here. I would have liked to see it on the Kinesis as well, because it is only 70 gold. We see it picked up on the Engineer as well, though he hasn't finished the stacking part. Magnus also actually picked it up. So, I mean, it's just
you get to get the return for all the money that you spend. So why not? I mean, you're gonna spend it anyways, right? So might as well just get it in return.
Exactly, and it's only 70 gold. That's the thing for me always. Like, it's 1 TP or something. It's just
70,
worth
not 80, but it doesn't matter, right? I think it's 80.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, I'm using it more than you, so that makes sense. That would have been a shame.
I usually pick it up when I'm jungling, funny enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're always stuck when you're jungling. Well, yeah, but I just buy 3 wards. Like at minute 20 or something, I just buy 3 wards. And then, like, I get 700 gold in return.
Exactly, because in
it seems like a good deal to me.
To rely on, so you have to rely on yourself getting the wards.
Oh, and we've seen the bottom lane. Magnus only level 4, so... Oh, and that is a good pickup by the... Is he gonna die, though? Yeah, that's actually... Okay, so we do see the Nullify Blade being picked up on the Forsaken Archer here. It's only Nullify Blade level 1 still. But Nullify Blade against the Hellborn team, specifically always, also, is gonna be so powerful. Because you can purge the buffer from the Chipper. Gladiator does not have a lot of mana. The Rally does not have a lot of mana. The Hammerstorm does not have a lot of mana. So, a couple of hits, and every single one of them is gonna be out of mana.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages playing carry strength hero.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that for sure. And just just strength heroes in general just tend to have a lot less mana. Because they also don't need to pick up like... They don't need to pick up like things like sack stones to boost their HP a little bit. Because, well, you're strength hero. But I wouldn't mind seeing a Chalice on the Hammerstorm this game. I don't mind Chalice and Hammerstorm in general as much as I used to. Because you can just use your Q to farm. I think he is actually going for a straight Shrunken, which I do like. Look at the enemy team, and that team screams. Oh, in the mid lane, we see the Chipper getting initiated upon, and that was a good kick into the Midas combo. I don't think they're gonna get anything else here.
That's a great burst potential on Legion lane.
Yeah, they don't really have to set up stun with the Magmus not really being there, and the Magmus only being level 6 and not 7 yet. But yeah, they didn't need it apparently. Engineer hitting the keg. Engineer keg is not the easiest spell to hit, but it's also not impossible. They could also choose to initiate with the Midas, of course, but that's usually want to use your warp then instead of like the combo. That's faster. And we do see people rotating over to the Ancients here. Forsaken Archer already cleared the Ancients, and Forsaken Archer popping his ultimate to clear stacks is something that I do really think is a good thing, because you're not really choosing to fight anyway. Might as well just pop your ultimate and just be safe.
Yeah, no
it's
point
something...
saving it if you don't plan on participating in fights.
Yeah, it has a really short cooldown, like 80 seconds, 100 second level 1, but 80 seconds level 2. It's really not that long for such a powerful ability. And we do see the Hellborn sides trying to play a lot more proactive than the Legion side here. They do have the team to do it, because like, you know, stun city.
Yeah, also you don't really want to go super late game against Forsaken Archer. So you might want to make the plays there to create some to prevent from FA from snowballing early game.
Yeah, and we also see the Gladiator going for a mock, I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, possibly. Aiming up the
I
goal.
mean,
it's also got buffs recently, so it's a great item now.
It's either that or Doombringer.
I doubt it. I mean,
Place
Soul could do anything. He's capable of doing anything, but
if I whisper him now, buy Doombringer,
he's
he
probably
might
gonna
actually do it.
Yes, but I feel
Doombringer or Pussy.
But I feel like his team is not going to be very much satisfied with that. So
they'll forgive me. They'll forgive me.
Yeah, 100%.
Most of them will. No, but like they do. The Legions, so the Hellborn side does actually have some gank potential. They have to rally. They have to, and we see that in the bottom lane. That is Kinesis ultimate into the rally ultimate, almost rally ultimate into the rally stun, and it's just dead anyone. Kinesis finally managing to get. I think he's dead here. Yeah, but. And there's no mana anymore on the rally. Rally just got mana drained, and that is again the power of the Nullify Blade, what we said, I talked about earlier. And that is actually going to be a cleanup for the Legion side, most likely. Max running for his life, but unfortunately it looks like Max forgot to pick up a Wind Whistle.
Yeah, NG and FA are doing a really good job with their skill shots.
Yeah, so but in general, I think both sides have pickup potential. Especially with Gladiator being level 11 right now. The Showdown having a 1k range. Of course, the Showdown is a quite... Oh, that is a Magma ultimate. I don't think he's gonna kill him. That was actually a lot closer than I expected. What is the damage on Magma's ultimate level 1? Oh, that is 660 damage. I don't play Magmas a lot.
Yeah, I guess in Gladiator not having investment also.
Yeah, he just rushed his mock, so it makes sense. I guess that is also maybe the reason why they are choosing to play so passively, because they want the Magmas. Sorry, like basically at this point, the Sword of the High doesn't really do much, not that much. So at this point, you spend like 3.4k into something that doesn't really do much. So you could say like gold-wise, subtract like 3.4k from the Hellborn side. That is until you get a mock, and then suddenly, like especially in the early game, that 50 damage AoE is gonna be impactful. But yeah, but if you look at the GPM, Hammerstorm and FA are actually very similar. And I would have liked also for the Hellborn side to, with the Hammerstorm. Exactly. Kill Conquer. Hammerstorm kind of
Almost
just...
level 16 as well. Could have a great team fight there.
And we do see the Legion side do that, because Legion side was like, well, TD?
Yeah,
Let's
why not?
go
Why
Conquer
not
anyway.
do that? Exactly.
And FA just with that Nullfire Blade level 3 now he just hurts, right? PK I picked up on Hammerstorm though. They really wanted to go there. If they were 5 seconds earlier, they could have gone. This is a massive smoke party in the mid lane, actually.
Yeah, Legion is being a little suspicious here.
Well, I think the Legion knows that something is up, because you don't see anyone, right? So there is like a wave here that's not being farmed. Huge wave here that's not being farmed. In the mid lane there was only one guy. So they should have known. I don't know if they checked the links, like the Grave Lockets. If you pay attention to the Grave Locket, it always gives a lot of information, especially these days. So the Grave Locket, how it currently works is. Wait, who died? Oh, Mindtrack's start again. Yeah, they're not really getting much off. Yeah, Mindtrack's being involved like in 1 kill this game. And I don't even think that's his fault. I think like Legion side might be playing a little bit too passive for what is good.
Yeah, they also have great counters for rally. Yours like Engineer, Midas instant counter into initiation as well as Magnus.
Yeah, and I think this actually is maybe something that is going to be hampering the Hammerstorm going in the bottom lane. That might be that Engineer.
It's nothing to do with that.
Yeah. I think it is a little bit greedy to not pop his Shrunken there, because they didn't really... Oh, they have good vision, never mind. Okay, they're going in the mid lane actually, that's a rally. That's a Gladiator ultimate. They're getting 1 kill, but they're gonna get a return kill on the Knista, and that's Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm with the Shrunken now. They're going on the FA, but FA, is he going to be able to survive here? He actually might. No, that's a big FA ultimate, and the FA is gonna fall. The entire enemy team got actually mana drained, but it was not quite fast enough. And that was a fight without Engineer. And without Engineer, they don't really have anything to protect the FA from the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm not having his Elder Orb did hurt him a little bit. And that is Kevin going to fall to mines. That brings me great joy, seeing Kevin die to mines. That is a personal thing.
Yeah, it's a personal joy, right?
Yeah, it's enjoy the little things, but no, but Hammerstorm actually not using the Shrunken there paid off for him, of course, because and he Gladiator bought a Doombringer.
Oh my god!
I wish I bought that bet. I placed that bet now.
I think you know Kevin more than we all know him, right? So
I taught him to be a little bit less. I'm not trying to use the R word, but creative than this. I think he tried to buy it as a joke and then actually bought it.
Yeah, I think there was like a telepathy stuff, right? You just sent it and you got it.
I did not send the whisper. Don't start whispering right now. Also, you guys in Twitch chat, I did not send the whisper. You can check my logs after this game. I did not send the whisper.
I'm actually not sure what I think about that. Because Gladiator is a hero that you would probably want to expect to...
Pick a Doombringer? Yeah, but not in the first 20 minutes of the game.
No, like...
Not when they have a Forsaken Archer. That's... Would very much like to have a Doombringer.
I mean, he's obviously not going to frontline anymore because he went for the Doombringer, right? He knows that
but he doesn't have a Shrunken either, so he's still gonna die at some point. Oh, they're going mid lane. That might be a... That's Magnus here. And look, he's playing so passive now. And of course he has to. Look what he has. He has nothing. He has 1.1 HP, no like magic armor, no armor. He is gonna flash farm now.
Yeah, he knows that if FA gets this Doombringer, it's probably gonna be the end.
Yeah, because at that point, Forsaken Archer buys like some HP, right? Like a Symbol and a Shrunken, and FA is just never going to die again.
Like one sneak play with the like Mushroom, either Assassin Shroud and FA could be fatal for Gladiator, giving that Doom. But let's see. It's either gonna be very good or it's gonna be very brief. Only time will tell.
Isn't that like the case with a Doombringer always, though?
I mean, sometimes, yeah. I guess it is. Especially
like the only hero I don't mind seeing a Doombringer on early on is artillery, because artillery is actually like playing defensive on artillery is easy. As
I'm curious what is the next item going to be with Puppet Soul. You might as well just get a PK, right? And like showdown, flick,
no, Shrunken. If a team fight goes south, you want to be able to TP Shrunken out. Right? That's the one thing that you want to do, because you don't want to lose the Doombringer. So you just, like, if anything ever goes to shit, like if you ever fall for a bait, you Shrunken and you get the fuck out of there. Because that's how you keep the Doombringer. And, well, like, I don't want to say he's gonna buy another Doombringer, but he already made a poor choice of items one time, right?
You think it's poor?
I think okay, he should buy. Okay, actually, I wouldn't mind the Frost of Skull either, but PK is of course something that's. You might be right actually. PK might be a pickup because then he can just really sit in the back line, W himself, hits, W outs, right?
Yeah, you don't want to be more than 2 seconds, 3 seconds inside a team fight because you're probably gonna get down.
Yeah, but even like if you just look at their team, right? You're like even like if you're PKing in, you're PKing into an engineer who is actually going to be picking up a Storm Spirit, I think, which is a good item against a Gladiator, of course.
Yeah, Legionnaire also has 4 PK heroes, so staying in the back for Gladiator is just a matter of time until he gets.
And we do see like them in the top line right now, and that is a dead, a dead Magnus. So yeah, that is probably going to be a Shrunken, I'm guessing.
Most likely.
I don't even know if they picked up. They should have picked up that they had a Doombringer, right? Or that he picked up Doombringer. So, with that in mind, or if he dies to mines at any point in this game again.
Yeah, this is also a very important thing to consider.
That might actually be not even the most terrible strategy. If you see like a mine trap somewhere, die to the mine trap so you can drop the Doombringer and then instantly pick it up in Hammerstorm.
Yeah, that's 9k move actually.
Or
just moving with Cheaper's buffer 24/7.
Well, yeah, because like normally, like if you die to neutrals these days, you don't actually drop the Doombringer anymore. It's this on your hero. So it's actually really difficult to like transfer a Doombringer from one hero to another. I would really like for him to pick up at least like Vestments here though, even before the Shrunken. I don't know if that's the full Shrunken. It actually is. Okay, so that is a good choice. I'm happy he did that. I still think you need to get Vestments so you don't get bursted down, because Forsaken Archer as well just has a lot of magic damage. Engineer, of course. Everyone in that team has like high magic damage. And I am not sure what you do right now. Like if I were the Legion team, I would like bait like the Hammerstorm. Sorry, the Meraxes or the Magnus. Let them like solo farm top and 4 people smoke behind. The Gladiator is gonna go in because Kevin is greedy. And then you get the Doombringer. Right?
Yes, they do also have 3 PKs now, but again, it's going to be very difficult for them to bring down Gladiator the way the Sean can have, considering there are 5 magic damage heroes on the Legion side. So that's either...
Oh, that is a greedy teleport. Oh no, he teleported to the back actually. Okay, so Hammerstorm in the team fight there, and the entire Legion team is actually falling really quickly. Midas wasn't there for the team fight. Forsaken Archer against the Hammerstorm is just going to fall here. So yeah, this is what we said earlier, right? With the Hammerstorm, if the Hammerstorm just gets into the face of the FA, if the FA does not have like a wingbow or something like that, and these days also wingbow on ranged heroes is not as effective as it used to be. Wingbow on ranged heroes only giving 20% evasion instead of like 33 that it used to. Yeah, like Hammerstorm is just gonna smack that face.
Yeah, that happened really quickly. I wasn't even able to follow that up, and then always you guys were dead.
Yeah, like it's like how much armor do they have on the enemy team, right? So like Engineer 7, Magnus is squishy. Meraxes has some armor but no farm, so he has no magic armor, so he still dies. And Midas is not that tanky either. Like this is a team, Legion team as a team that you need to train with to be successful, but they never really started training. They just kind of played very passively.
Yeah, I also feel like at this point it's going to be very hard to stop the Hammer Storm.
Yeah, because Hammerstorm. If I were this Hammerstorm, also Oh, Basher. Okay, Okay, for one, what do you think about him going for damage instead of movement speed for the Conquer buff?
What are you talking about?
Hammerstorm.
Instead of the damage.
No, he went for damage Conquer buff instead of movement speed.
I mean, I could see the point behind, right? He wants to PK in, he wants to take down as fast as possible. And I don't think he lacks movement speed right now, so
I think
like having Ghost Marchers as well as Elder Parasite as well as W.
Because like, look at the movement speed base, right? Forsaken Archer picked up 2 times movement speed. Hammerstorm picked up 4% damage. And I think it's like 4% damage is not going to change anything. 10 movement speed often is, because if the Forsaken Archer is just 10 movement speed faster than you are, that means he runs away from you. If you're 10 movement speed faster than he is, that means you get to hit him. It's not about like, it's not about like the value in on itself. It's about the value compared to the enemy's movement speed.
I mean, it's true. I think also 4% at like 300 damage is quite a lot. And also, I don't think he relies on too much chasing Forsaken Archer, right? I don't think you want to chase somebody too much. Oh, there's a team fight going bot lane. Oh. I was gonna say, you don't want to chase Forsaken Archer too much. You just want to like burst there as fast as possible and go back.
Yeah, but what if she runs away though?
I mean, in the worst case, you do have a lot of. You do have PKs. They do have a lot of catch on the Hellborn side. We're having 3 PKs in with the tablet and a lot of stun lock. So I don't think it's that of an issue. So I don't think it's like a big difference whether it picks movement speed or damage. But both work, I think.
I'm just also Gladiator picking up the health. I can't see that one.
Well, he wants to stay alive, right? He doesn't want to die.
Ooh, Hansi actually surviving it. Hansi getting the ultimate off. Magma stun in 2 seconds. Gladiator being in a position here that it might be a little bit dangerous. No, they actually choose to not go in. That's also because they actually don't have the Raxus up yet. Forsaken Archer picking up a Geobane now, but Forsaken Archer is going to be really fast. At some point, Forsaken Archer is going to be able to outrun the Hammerstorm. Also, the Conquerors from the Legion, from the Hellborn side should be up soon actually. Because they're currently lacking 1 Conquer buff. But I was gonna say actually, before he bought the Brutalizer, because I do understand the idea behind the Brutalizer and the Oblivion Hammer, of course. It is a very strong item. It adds a lot of damage and a lot of strength as well. And just the guaranteed stun against the single core is insane. So I do like it. But I would have maybe liked against the split push bullshit that's going to happen at some point, guaranteed. Because you have the Midas, you have the, everyone. What about a Frostwolf?
That item hasn't been picked often lately.
Actually, I do see it picked up quite often in the late game because it is it gives so much information. Because Frostwolf has 7,000 range and it just sends out 2 wolves. And even if the wolves, basically, if you for the guys that don't know, because it is not picked up too often, fair enough. It basically sends out 2 Emerald Warden wolves. You could kind of see it as that run towards the target, and then like give vision and reveals of them. But you kind of just get a good like idea of where the enemy is, because it goes to the closest to. So if you press it, if they're anywhere within like 7,000 range, you're gonna know where they are.
It also applies to create movement slow.
Yeah, so okay, yeah, and that's just the active effect. The passive effect is of course a 40% movement speed slow. And if Hammerstorm has the Frostwolf, the Forsaken Archer is never going to escape. Maybe Geobane can of course purge it and then run it, because like Forsaken Archer passively currently has 437 movement speed. with the Hammerstorm passively having only 350 and going for another damage buff. He does, of course, the PK. So with the PK, because he didn't go for the movement speed buff, I do actually like the Oblivion Hammer, because you PK, you hit. If you don't stun him, then you use the Oblivion Hammer to stun the FA. But it's just going to be if everything doesn't work out like exactly like that, catching up to the FA is just going to be such a pain always.
I would definitely want to see Hellflower on Gladiator here. I think it's going to be a great pickup here. Disabling completely Forsaken Archer, having a great setup for the Hellborn team.
Yeah, I think he is going to, but
yeah, I would definitely go. If I was bad, I would definitely go here. I think it's. I mean, what else can you go without, right?
I would go more tanky, because the one way to lose this is for the FA to get Doombringer. Suddenly, unexpectedly.
They do have great map control on the Hellborn team, so for FA to be able to get Gladiator down, they do need to sneak up a lot. So either have a great smoke play, or I don't see that happening. So just be able to blink in, Hellflower, Showdown, setting up for Hammerstorm. I really don't see how they get away unless he gets a great Storm Spirit from Engineer following. Yeah, it's just a matter of
setting up for
Hammerstorm at this point.
Hunger is always like the place where dreams go to die. That is how I see Hunger always.
Yeah, it's either do or die.
Oh, and they're going in. Actually, Hammerstorm going in. Hammerstorm without the and they're actually in the background. Sorry, Hammerstorm without the Elder Parasite not being that fast. They actually burst down the Magmas, but the FA is right-clicking now. FA having popped the Shrunken, and Gladiator going in very aggressively. The engineers, the Kinesis stunning the FA, and they're all going out, and the Gladiator gets stunned actually, and this might be a Doombringer for the Forsaken Archer. Hammerstorm also got stunned. Hammerstorm not having anything right now, no mana, can't escape. And this is actually a disaster. I told you, dreams go to die whenever you go Kongor. This ape is the crusher of dreams. It's the big ball buster. And I'm just happy that I am finally not the one dying to Kongor.
Yeah, this was so unfortunate. I mean, Kevin did show down himself. He wanted to give a flick and run back, but he did pop up his Shrunken head, which forced him to stay at the spot. And he was no longer able to return back, so he just TP'd, but the Shrunken head was running off, so they did manage to catch him there. His idea was good, but it was a little unfortunate. And now let's see how it escalates. Definitely didn't want to have Doombringer and FA at this point. Having 550 damage.
Having the symbol of rage now. Oh, and that might be it. Is that... where's FA? FA, oh, okay. Sorry, that was just illusions there. FA doing the smart thing and just running back because you have a Doombringer. You don't need to rush anything. Like, because not only do you have a Doombringer now, suddenly Gladiator hits like a wet sponge. Right? You don't really need to care about him anymore. There's a Kongor up here that's half HP. You could take that. We see Hammerstorm being smoked here. And Hammerstorm... Okay, so the big part there, right? Oh, he's actually going for the Kongor right now without the Midas being up. I really don't like that. Yeah, they should go back.
That's around 2.
Oh, Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm actually got Bola. They got a Bola on the Meraxes. I didn't even notice. And that is dead one person. Meraxes manning up against the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm not having a Shrunken. Hammerstorm melting with the Doombringer Forsaken Archer. Forsaken Archer picking up 1, picking up 2, and the Kinesis is the only one alive. Kinesis falling. Scrap that actually. Gladiator still alive. Gladiator in the background. Rally is also alive right now. Rally is running over. There's a double damage rune over there. They do still have good vision. Forsaken Archer should really be played to not die. And yeah, he's just gonna pick up the Kongor and go back because yeah, the Gladiator and the Rally probably don't have the damage to actually burst down a Forsaken Archer with 2.6k HP and a Doombringer. Because Gladiator just doesn't really do that much bursts necessarily without 6k item that he just lost. It's honestly a bit anticlimactic the way that they just gave away this game because they were ahead like so far. But what I was gonna say, like a big part of that first engagement actually, where the Gladiator lost a Doombringer, was the Hammerstorm popped his Elder Parasite on the Kongor. And
Actually, I'm really curious actually to hear about what stood behind that plan. Maybe they did want to end up sooner. Maybe not letting FA to get to that stage, hoping that they would be able to end the game before such thing happens. But maybe plans did not work. But then again, we cannot really know that. So it would be
we
just
can ask him if it was like a mispurchase or a choice. I think that is like what it comes down to.
That would be a very interesting misclick there.
Yep. No, but like Forsaken Arch, sorry, the Hammerstorm did not have the Elder Parasite active when he was hitting Kongor. He popped Elder Parasite for that, and then he saw like the Moraxis run in, and he jumped the Moraxis, but he didn't have his Elder Parasite. So Moraxis with 2 Kongor buffs, 400 movement speed, literally just ran away from the Hammerstorm. And I think this is what it comes down to again. Hammerstorm, like, just not having enough movement speed to actually like hit targets there. Oh, and they're going. There's a big team fight again. Not the entire Albert team is ready though. Forsaken Gladiator in the middle. Hammerstorm getting Bolak there. Hammerstorm manning up on the Forsaken Archer. Archer might die. Forsaken Archer died. Doombringer on the count. Hammerstorm picks up the Doombringer, and that was a huge rally ultimate, hitting many targets. The Kinesis ultimate on the Forsaken Archer, locking him down. Forsaken Archer not actually getting his shrunken head off, maybe waiting a little bit too much, but the Hammerstorm with 800 damage. That is with a Doombringer though, with 500 damage without the Doombringer. Just melting the enemy team. And suddenly the Doombringer is in the hands of the Legion side again. Not in the hands of the Doombringer, but in the hands of the capable hands of the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm has some gold saved up, 5k now. And I'll be interested to see what he would pick up here. I think it is likely to see that he would either pick up a Geobane to get rid of the Bola, or that he would pick up something like a Resto Stone to have 2 Shrunkens. But the enemy Kongor on the Hellborn side is going to be up in a couple of minutes. I would like to see the Hellborn team try to pick off that and also defend the bottom lane while you're doing it. Hammerstorm playing a little bit greedy right now because he's kind of alone. I guess the Hellborn, so the Legion side doesn't really have the tools to finish off the Hammerstorm right now in this case, so he can just do that. But yeah, so they have his Sheepstick on the Midas. So the Hammerstorm, if he gets initiated, can definitely fall. But as we saw that fight, if like the entire Hellborn team is just kind of ready to roll, yeah, they really can pull some pull some heavy punches in that case. So yeah. I think that last team fight was a big part of the rally ultimate, actually hitting a lot of people, and that is like a 1.1k burst. Them initiating on the Gladiator. Well, Gladiator I think still got most of his spells off. And Hammerstorm just pounding in the auto attacks to the Forsaken Archer, who got Kinesis ultimated.
Yeah, so
yeah, go.
Now also Hammerstorm did get the Doombringer, which was something that nobody wanted to happen here. And maybe that was actually part of the plan here, right? Purchasing on Gladiator, having Hammerstorm to go in his items that he meant to go initial, and just giving it back. And at some point now, it's a very tricky situation here.
Hammerstorm actually got staff gifted as well.
Oh,
I don't know if he had that.
Here.
Yeah, that's definitely very pick as well. I think with that in mind, because Hammerstorm staff also increases the range of the staff by sort of the Q by 300 seconds. Meaning that you have like 900 range on your Q and like slow but competent leap. And of course that deals your attack damage in an area. And if Hammerstorm, if Hammerstorm has like 900 damage, that is a 900 damage burst AoE. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. What if you were this Hammerstorm right now? What would you buy? What would you sell? Because, like, okay, so yeah, you have like attack speed. So you have damage. Hammerstorm never lacked damage though with his ultimate. But he needs attack speed, right? And he sold the Twin Blades for the Doombringer, I think.
That's actually tricky. I'm not sure. That would probably be either Portal Key, because he has Staff of the Master now, so he's gonna be able to fly anyways. But he does want to get closer in the team fight, so he might keep it. And the Elder Parasite, Okay,
The
it seems
answer
like
is no
he did. Okay, so
Okay,
it
so-
seems like he did sell it, right?
I would have 100% bought a Resto Stone. Because not only do you get like 2 Qs, meaning 2 AoE damages, you get 2 Elder Parasites, and you get 2 Shrunken. I don't think it works on Oblivion Hammer, funny enough. Because Oblivion Hammer is weird.
He didn't want to take the risk on getting ship stick at this point, so maybe being able to have that spare 1 second to be able to pop up the Schwan Cadet before he gets shipped is a great thing here.
Yeah, but you just like with Resto Stone, you don't need to be stingy with your Shrunken.
Yeah, I get
Because like he has 900 damage right now, but I don't think Nullstone does that much for you, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think both work.
I think also buying Post Haste would have been better because okay, he did actually go for the movement speed now, thank God. I was getting frustrated watching him be so slow. But like movement speed, Ghost Marchers versus like Post Haste. Post Haste have like 105 base movement speed, which should also help him a lot. Especially because like he doesn't have Steam Boots, he doesn't get the attack speed from that. There is maybe something happening in the top lane. Midas is just kind of pushing that out. There is the FA there with the...
Oh, they actually have a top tower 40 minutes in. That's interesting.
Yeah, the Legion side hasn't really pushed on the enemy side too much. Marax is just kind of trying to split push in the top lane. Gladiator just chilling there. Midas walking up. The Hellborn side is not really playing too confidently. Which makes sense because they have the Doombringer. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks. So that's probably a smart play by them. We also see that the Kinesis be picked up in Gnome's Wisdom, which I do really like because it just helps a lot against automatic armor. One way to burst down the Hammerstorm, of course, is by getting an Engineer Staff. Because once you get the Engineer Staff, you can throw it onto someone and that perplexes it. And that's really is one of the best ways to, box down a Hammerstorm this late into the game. Because Hammerstorm has 3.3k HP, 23 armor. He's a tanky boy. He's gonna be very, very hard to actually burst down. Also because they do have to rally still. They do have like tools to deal with him. It's just gonna be hard.
What would you want to see on FA right now? Because I feel like she might need some... I mean, she does have a Shrunken Head symbol, a Geos. She goes a lot of defensive...
Double damage rune, that's what I would like to see on him.
Oh, yes, definitely. But I would maybe consider having Wingbow here. That could be great. Having even one miss on Hammerstorm could be a deal breaker here.
Well, also because like the extra range helps a lot, of course. Because like they have a lot of heroes that deal small AoE damage, like Hammerstorm, like Rally, that kind of stuff.
Maybe Genjuro as well to make the sneaky plays behind.
Yes, that's what actually going to be my suggestion, Genjuro. If the Hammerstorm is in your face, it doesn't matter what, you don't want to man fight him, right?
Yeah, you would like to bait the Shrunken at first before you go in.
Well, you just don't want to man fight him.
No, not at all.
Because, like, you're just not gonna win. He's gonna stun your face, and he's gonna hit your face, and like your face is just going to be very, very flat after the Hammerstorm is done with it.
Did he sell some?
Yeah. But what? Oh. Okay. No, PK. Elder Parasite. He sold Elder Parasite.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was Elder Parasite.
Like, look how slow he is now. This is with his W. Without his W, he has 360 movement speed.
Okay,
and I think this is like, do you really care about like the 8% damage right now, or would you rather have like 390 movement speed? This is what I always get down to when it comes down to like the argument of like movement speed against damage buffs. And this is for auto attack heroes, not for and he picks up Genjuro actually. That's a good pickup. And this is for auto attack heroes, not for like casters, right?
Well, I mean, 8% at almost 1k with ultimate is It's a huge difference, right? It's not.
Yeah,
for,
but that's like the
40
difference between like killing someone in 3 hits and killing someone in 3.1 hits. Or like, 3.1 or 3.2 hits. It's still, it's not going to make a difference in most cases. While the extra movement speed is going to make a difference in most cases. And actually, we do see a wingbow pick up on a Forsaken Archer. I would have actually liked to see this the other way around, where the Hammerstorm would have gotten a wingbow. Because of a lot of reasons, actually. One, unit walking. Unit walking would help a lot. 2, 35% evasion on a Hammerstorm. Pretty good. It is 35, right? Yeah, 35% evasion and 25% movement speed. Or 25 movement speed and 75 attack range as well. Well, I don't really like the ranged wingbow these days that much. Because I don't think, it's only 20% evasion. It feels so little, right? Oh, and that is initiation on the rally. That rally is going to get bursted down. They don't really have anything to save him with. It's the question whether or not the Legion side... Oh, that's a big initiation. He's gonna get Sword Spirited, but that means that he is just going to be very, very dead here. And he pops... He's evading! He's evading! He's evading every hit! He's missing everything! And the Forsaken Archer with 20% evasion gets missed 3 times in a row with the Hammerstorm. And that is rough. This Forsaken Archer is very likely to be Neo from the Matrix.
It's actually funny because I think the wingbow was listening to what we're just saying now, and he felt insulted. And he just wanted to prove that I'm actually good.
You say I'm worthless? Well, how about you look at this?
I'm gonna prove you wrong.
I cannot believe this.
Oh that one item, man.
They had no buybacks. Yeah, they had no buybacks on the enemy team.
He did not care less about the Doombringer.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, if you don't have buybacks, like you don't. It doesn't really matter, right? They're just gonna push your base. They have a Doombringer on the... Who is the Doombringer at the end? On the Rexus.
Rex?
Yeah, Rexus Doombringer. He's sitting like a truck now, though.
For sure.
Well, that's game 1. We got to see a Doombringer. A Doombringer. So I'm happy. And I guess we'll be back with you until game 2 starts, right?
Yeah.
Okay. See you then.
See you.
Okay, welcome back to the second game of this series, where we have Noah's Ark, I keep calling them Noah's Shark, against Top Green Tac. Once again, joined by Salt after a very spectacular game number 1. Let's see if we can top the amount of Doombringers from last game. That would be nice, of course. Or maybe Kevin could just actually buy the correct items this game.
Oh, that
we'll
would be
see.
great. That would be great. But now we know we can expect everything, right? We shouldn't be surprised.
Like next time when I'm saying he's gonna buy Doombringer, you're gonna take me serious.
Yeah, that game was a great heads up. So now when we see something, we'll be like, okay, yeah, that's not surprised anymore.
Just because it's a dumb thing to do doesn't mean he won't do it. That's the takeaway, I think.
Everything
okay,
works.
but yeah, you can actually see the bands now, right?
Yeah, I can see it's great. That's great now.
That's also an improvement from last time. Okay, so we have Adrenaline being banned again. I do know that Doze actually is so incredibly annoying in that hero. Fade being banned is quite a strong hero now, although it's still quite difficult to lane. Prisoner against Sunk Pop, I believe he plays a good prisoner. Engineer being banned. I know that Beans likes to pick up the Engineer. I'm surprised that I see it banned here. Belphegor and Forsaken Archer. Forsaken Archer might be a respect ban. Forsaken Archer is also just still a really strong hero. Because he just farms. And like with that Null Fireblade. Because Null Fireblade is basically like a pseudo silence. If you drain all the mana from a target, he's not going to be able to cast spells most of the time. So like in the last game, we saw like a lot of times where Rally, where the Chipper, where even the Gladiator and the Hammerstorm were just like out of mana, and then they're basically like walking target practice for Forsaken Archer. So Forsaken Archer with Nullstone is just so powerful. So I do actually really understand the ban. Monarch being first pick. Monarch's still a very strong hero. I see also the Legion side shadow picking 2 keepers. So if you want to pick up keeper, either banning or picking Monarch yourself is of course a very smart thing to do. Any thoughts so far?
What I like about the bans here is they're not too much focused on banning like the meta heroes, more like the most played and the best heroes that the enemy team plays. For example, like Balfagor, right, and Engineer, for example, Prisoner. It's not a hit like the OP heroes classical that you would probably meet too much in TMM, but you do know that Doze is a great Balfagor player. Now you have Engineer on Sonic Bob as well as Prisoner. You don't want to give Sonic Bob any hook plays. And Forsaken, we also witnessed what she's capable of in the last game.
Yeah, Forsaken Archer just farms so efficiently, and as one of the few like ranged agility carries that doesn't need like farming tools. The other one being Moon Queen, of course. And I think it's still, for a large part, just the Null Fireblade being. I wouldn't want to say overtuned, but definitely just very, very present. And like I think another thing about the Forsaken Archer is it's a very nice balance of both magic and physical damage. Because when you're against the Hammerstorm, if you spam armor, you know that Hammerstorm is not going to do anything. He's still going to hit, but he's not going to hurt as much. Forsaken Archer with this balance of like magic and physical damage, it's like, a Void is not going to save you. That kind of stuff.
That's what makes her so powerful, that hero.
Scrap and Lodestone. Lodestone, still such a powerful hero in my mind. But I think Mindtrix might play some Lodestone, right?
Yeah, Lodestone is definitely my tricks hero here.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Mindtrix play a lot. I do know that he usually plays solo/suicide. He used to play carry as well a little bit. I never really thought he was too good at carry. I think he shines more in the suicide role. Scrap, really weird hero. Who's constantly pushing out with that 4x. But Scrap is a hero that's you just press your ultimate like every now and then, and suddenly you're like 400, 500 GPM.
Yeah, that's definitely what's good about this hero, able to have a great constant split push. So you can as well play it like in a post 4, post 5 and still have a great gold, but then again you don't want to soak too much farm from the carries.
Yeah, exactly, because that is the big problem, I think. So when you are using your 4x all the time, it means that you are taking away that farm from your team. So when I like Scrap in a position where you don't have too many soakers or not too many heroes that want to push out lanes. For example, if you have a Fade, right? Fade does not really farm lanes. He only has the Q, the W doesn't hit creeps. So once you have a Fade, you want to move around the map a lot and kill people. The same thing with a hero like Deadwood, with a hero like Gauntlet. All those heroes, they don't really soak farm and they just create space a lot. So those heroes, I like Scrap. If you have a lot of those heroes on your team, I like Scrap because Scrap can just press ultimate and push lanes. So you don't have to deal with that. But they do really need to be cautious about Scrap, where sometimes you have these like 500 GPM Scraps that don't do anything. I mean, you can get a cheap stick, but they already have the Electrician that can purge that. And I'm also curious to see if the Hellborn team is going to pick up a hero that can deal with the 4x right now. So there are a lot of heroes. Something like a Bushwhack can kill a 4x real quick.
I've also seen quite often lately the position 2 Scrap running on the mid lane. I think it maybe started with either Janko or Busk. I'm not sure, but...
Zero.
Oh, Zero, right. That was
Zero
right.
used to do that shit.
Exactly.
It's still bad.
Yeah, but there's...
I mean, I think that gets bad because Scrap with farm doesn't do much more than Scrap without farm. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I do, but then again, you don't risk on soaking too much farm.
But you're giving them a lot of farm in the mid lane, right?
I mean, it does depend on how you use it. If you use it wisely, where your teammate is pushing and you're just using it to like bring their attention somewhere else and just creating space for your other carry, then it might be good. So you're gonna feed the tower and not the enemies.
Because I'm thinking like if I think about like useful mid heroes, I'm thinking like something like a Bombardier that can ultimate from pretty far away whenever someone else in your team gets like something.
Yeah, probably Scrap is not going to be the first hero that runs to your mind when you're asking what is the greatest mid player, but
a mid hero, yeah. But like, it's also just hard to gank with them because like with a Scrap, even if you get Ghost Marchers and you're pretty fast, the mouse trap is not a reliable stun because even if you hit it on top of someone, it is like a mini stun and then the mouse activates after like a second and chases someone. The mouse, number one, is so slow and you can't initiate with it.
Okay, you have some build-up items like Scepter, which is does secure your
yeah, of course, but like if you compare that to a Midas can already kind of initiate with the Warp, for example, right? You can at least like set up kills with that kind of stuff.
You also create setup stun on the Legion side, so you don't have to 100% rely on yourself. Like you have Benzing, you have Monarch, you have Lodestone Valkyrie, which is...
Yeah, but most of those heroes, if you were to run Scrap in the mid lane, most of those heroes are not really heroes that will rotate into the mid lane. For example, if you have a Magmus in your as a position 5 or something, then I think it's fine, because then you can actually reliably hit the mousetrap. But because you can expect the Magmus to rotate. You can't really expect Benzington to rotate and hit the stun. Because usually Benzington is a hero that requires setup, is not a hero that like wants to set up. Same thing with the Monarch. Monarch doesn't really like the Q. The range of the Crippling Pollen is too short. It's 600. It used to be shorter actually. I thought it was 500, but it's too short and it's too slow. Lodestone also not really a very reliable stun. It's 1.5 seconds. It is not super fast, but I don't think it's enough to actually hit the mousetrap. I think if you were to use that on something like a Midas, you will be able to survive. But I think it's going to be a Scrap position 4 here, since we do actually see Hansi play it, and I do think Hansi always plays position 4 in this team. We see the Valkyrie being given to Kevin here. Kevin being their mid player. And I'm not sure if he's gonna be playing middle here. That might be... because Valkyrie in the mid lane is kind of weird, right?
They do have a great dual lane mid potential, maybe with like Benzington Monarchs and then up full bot, but then they don't have a jungler in Hellborn, so having Valkyrie on solo lane against just like maybe Elec and Devo or
I wouldn't mind a scrap in the mid lane either. Sorry, dual lane, mid lane, because the Zoomerang, yeah, it does actually do a decent chunk of damage. Plus, like, you know, it's basically like the same thing as a Pyro, where he has like 2 abilities that do damage. So I'm kind of curious where Monarch has a little bit more defensive capability, but a lot less damage potential. Monarch is really just used as, or like, Monarch should really just be seen as a defensive support. And another interesting pickup that I did not expect is Magebane. Magebane, about like a month ago, was quite broken. But is he still?
I don't think so, but it's really hard to compare team matchmaking and having a tournament game. I think it's the first time, or maybe I wasn't really following lately, but it's the first time that I see a MHPN running in a serious tournament game. I'm really curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, they did really nerf the mana drain amount. I think
also know that Foff has been playing quite a lot MHPN lately, so I believe he knows what he does.
Yeah, to be fair, like I think the what's it called, the Oblivion Hammer being an item now that you can pick up does actually make Magebane a lot stronger. In addition to Mock being an item that you can pick up on a Magebane, because Magebane is a strength hero now for a while already, so he doesn't have too much agility gain anymore. So the evasion that the Mox gives these days is potentially gonna help him a lot. Okay, we do see Scrap plus Lodestone in the long lane. Bensington, Monarch in the bottom lane against an Electrician here, and the Midas in the mid lane. Midas versus Valkyrie, I think that can go either way. I would give the edge to Midas, because Midas is just a little bit tankier and has a little bit more easy to hit spells. Valkyrie, if Valkyrie chooses to pick up something like an Iron Shield, he can actually contest last hits with the Midas and maybe also trade some auto attacks effectively. These are two, of course, two very competent mid players, both of them. So I would say it's a toss-up between who is gonna win this mid lane. And we see Devour, Glacius, and Magebane in top lane, and Lodestone might actually be a little bit in opposition here. Devour hasn't hasn't skilled anything yet. He's skilled his hook now, and he is gonna hook the Lodestone. The freeze is already used, so they're not actually gonna get anything, and Devour is not gonna be able to really secure a kill here. Devour currently also not having the mana to actually hook again. And Devour not having his W actually does hurt his potential to farm a little bit, because you want to be able to, you know, maybe rot down some camps if nothing else is really happening. Because the Magebane does really provide a lot of gank potential, and actually going top again, and this might be... Oh, they're going for weird targets here. It's not... It's a bit disorganized. They might actually be able to kill the Glacius here. And that is first blood for the Legion team. Oh, that is really rough. It's just like Devour not having the rot here. It hurts them so much because they don't have the slow to person down. We do see that the Magebane picked up the Toxic Claws here. And that helps a lot, because the Toxic Claws is a huge slow this early on.
That was a great decision by Mindtrix. He was waiting with that Rocket Rail, and he decided to not man down, and he did go on Glacius, which has resulted in Bloodlust, and they also have a great lane control now.
Yeah, just very good patience by basically both of them, where you saw Hansi wait with his Zoomerang until that, and we see her pick up in the bottom lane. Monarch plus Bensington with also a Toxic Loss is a little bit too much for the Electrician to deal with. So they just don't really have the auto attack damage with, like, Devour not, even with boots, right? Devour with boots is only 330 movement speed. So unless you hit the hook confidently, it's still so difficult. And Hansi might actually be in a bad position here if he gets hooked, because the Lodestone can get away, but the other guy technically can't. Yeah, and this is just dead Scrap here. If I were to Scrap, I am not sure I would stay top lane, because Are they actually gonna commit to this? They are gonna commit to this. And that is, I think, a dead Devour, yes. The tower just hurting a little bit too much. Devour with no armor, also taking some damage from the creeps, or with no shield, I mean. But yeah, like the Electrician doesn't have an escape in the bottom lane either. It's just so difficult for him to survive. We see Monarch actually rotating to the mid lane. I'm not necessarily a big fan of that, because Devour can go bottom now, as he actually does, and might maybe be able to set something up on the Bensington, especially if the Electrician, like... Oh, that's... Oh no, he missed the Q, but okay, Monarch is actually coming over. He might be able to save the Electrician, sorry, the Engineer here. Arrow coming, but that might not be enough. Electrician not having any mana, and that's almost a kill.
Oh my god,
Max going for the kill. Not choosing to save is scary. No, Max! What are you doing? No! Oh my god, Max choosing not to try and save his carry there, but going for the kill. And that's actually a dead Bensington, because Bensington could not remove the shield from the Electrician, and the Electrician just walked him down with his W doing passive damage.
Oh, they definitely underestimated the arrow coming from Puppet Soul. They did not see that connect on Devo having 1 HP left.
Yeah,
by the time
he did
Monarch
have 1
realized
HP
that.
left, but yeah, Monarch doesn't have boots, so I mean, he's just too far away still. And Monarch, I think if he just ran with the Electrician, he could have ran the Electrician, or used Q on the Electrician and saved the Bensington there, because Bensington does not actually have boots yet.
It was very unfortunate. Don't blame them. That was really messy fight there.
Okay, so Hansi and Loudstone actually, sorry, they're Scrap and Loudstone pick up a kill on the top lane, which is really good for them. They're doing quite fine in the top lane, which is, I mean, Loudstone is just a strong laner, and I think the Scrap is also quite a strong laner. So together they, if they catch the if they catch the Glacius, they're gonna be able to get something done. But like Scrap should be playing way more defensive right now, especially just like whenever the Devo is not there, Scrap should be sitting way back. And they need some kind of vision there to know whether or not the Devo's there. I don't think the Devo's gonna be smoking up for them every time. And you see, like, that's the slow on the mage bane there. It's just too much. And he's probably gonna survive. Is he gonna survive here? He might actually not. Like, Loudstone cannot use W because he's just getting mana drained. And yeah, that is just a little bit too greedy from them. They should just be playing this passively in the top lane. They did get a kill on the Glaciers, of course, which paid off because they played aggressively before this point, but whenever they initiate on the Scrap, Scrap is pretty dead. No boots on him. Devour there. Glacius with this Q, the Tuner Blast, doing lots of damage and having a huge range. It's just a little bit too much. Okay, Devour trying to set up a kill in the middle lane. Valkyrie not having his leap. Valkyrie might actually die here unless he...
Oh.
No, he chooses not to do anything. He has his ultimate, but I don't know if his ultimate would have saved him because it has a 2.5 seconds fade time. And oh, Mytrox actually getting a kill on the Mage Bane. That is huge. Mage Bane was actually half HP there. He did have the Refreshing Ornament, slowly healing him up, but yeah, there's just a lot of damage coming out from the Loudstone and the Scrap. And these Loudstone and the Scrap are still just like, there's no armor on the Mage Bane. And Loudstone doing mixed damage is just hurting a lot. That is a hook that may have actually almost helped him. Oh, that's a big ultimate. And Loudstone is gonna die there from the Q from the Glaciers, I believe. Benskin has his Q, went in, and the Valkyrie ultimate also, I think, saved the Loudstone initially there. But that's gladly, I think that is a trade they'll gladly take. A good communication. Interestingly enough, the Bensington not having any levels in the E. What do you think about that?
That's an interesting pickup. I usually... How
One
much he
point,
has?
right?
Yeah, at least 1 point. I mean, although they did commit the top lane, I think they forgot about Bensington existence being bottom. But he's already level 7 and they should be aware of that because he's going to be all around the map right now.
Yeah, because they have been committing a lot to these kills with the Mage Bane and the Bensington and the Glacius. But it's a bit weird because I feel like Heart Piercer level 1, just the 100 range that it gives you like an edge against any melee hero. That's what I usually pick it up for, just to be able to, like, you know, get last hits without, and like hit people without being hit back. So
It's not too worried about.
top lane actually, top lane. Electrician being there now. Lodestone is never going to. I say that. Devour actually trying to hook the scrap, which I think was the correct choice, because I think the Lodestone was always dead there. Lodestone Q notoriously has a very long cooldown, 20 seconds cooldown on level 1 Lodestone Q. And level 1, it doesn't give that much of a movement speed buff, only 40. So that's usually not quite enough to survive. So trying to go for the scrap kill there is definitely something that you want, because you rotated 4 players. But so the scrap also not leveling his ultimate is not something I'm a huge fan of. And they're trying to commit to team fights again. I don't understand why they do that. They don't have the Bensington ultimates. They do have the Bensington ultimates. Never mind. I was completely wrong. My Lodestone surviving that, and they get actually 2 turn kills for 1. Okay, never mind. I was completely wrong. I admit my mistake.
Might trick you.
Yeah. Yeah, but you see, like the Bensington with these rotations, they're just getting so much from this. I would like Bensington to maybe pick up either a bottle or a chalice. I don't really mind either one. But he's just mana start, especially against the mage man. He did pick up the chalice, which, yeah, good choice. He also picks up the brass knuckles, which I like on the Bensington, because you're usually just very aggressive. 4 people on the top lane.
Devour's committing.
Devour going very deep. I think Devour, yeah, they're not willing to commit that deep. I think. Did he have his hookup? I think he had. And they kill also the Electrician, who just went a little bit too far. They knew there was like no support for the Electrician there available, because there were 4 people on the top lane. So that was just good pick up by them. And the Valkyrie together with the Bensington just managed to pick him up. Probably Bensington stun into an arrow. And Electrician is just not that tanky. Like Electrician with no mana, level 2 W. Yeah, that's just not really the hardest target to kill. He becomes very tanky once he gets like more levels. Electrician is not really a hero you want to suffer. Sorry, you want to send it to a suffer lane. Because he just doesn't really. He skills so well. Okay, anyway, top lane again. That's a Devour ultimate. Gets cancelled by the scrap mousetrap. But yeah, they really need to commit some vision to the top lane, because they're just getting ganked over and over again. They do have the Benston, of course, which resulted in some turn kills. Benston also with the challenge right now, and he's actually ultimating in on the mid lane, and that is a kill on the Midas, but there are a lot of ports coming in. And the Valkyrie ultimate, do they have any dust? No, they have 1 Rev Ward near the Monarch, but they don't have any dust, and you got to carry dust against. Oh, that's a hook on the Hansi. Devour might actually be able to get a kill here. That's a good pick-off from the Devour. Devour forcing him to go to the right into his team, allowing for the team to clean him up. That was well played by Sunk there. But yeah, just carry dust whenever you play against a Valkyrie. I've seen this done so often. And Valkyrie ultimate is really good if the enemy doesn't have dust. It's a really good ability if you don't have dust.
Yeah, that's a huge in this perk here.
Yeah.
You want to kill someone, carry dust.
Well, yeah, just like carry dust in general, I would say, because like will juke a lot and it's annoying. But against Valkyrie, you just have to have it, because yeah, like it's normally you only have to have it when you go on like 1 target or something. Mage Bane able to survive here. The hook misses from the Devoured, so they don't get a turn kill, so nothing really happens there. But Bensington just steadily farming, getting more and more farmed. And usually you see a Thunderclaw pickup on the Bensington. You still might probably see that here. However, they do have the Mage Bane. And Mage Bane doesn't have magic armor these days anymore, but has magic damage reduction. So, would you still go for the Thunderclaw?
Speaking of Bensington.
Yeah.
I think last time we played against them, I'm not sure if that was him or Doze, but they went for Cleaver. So there's always that debate whether you should go Cleaver or Thunderclaw here.
Yeah, but specifically this game against the Mage Bane, right?
Maybe because of the magic damage, I would go Cleaver. It does make you a little weak at this stage. Oh, wait.
Top lane, yeah. So I was watching that. I'll let you finish your thoughts. So they went in on the Mage Bane there. The Mage Bane got hooked out by the Devour. Then they tried to commit. The Valkyrie ultimate was up, but there was a Rev Ward placed, so they managed to get a turn kill on the Lodestone. Because Lodestone with his W also hurts himself, of course. Yeah, Mage Bane just kind of steadily farming in this lane. And I think they are playing a little bit too aggressive. I also would have liked for Hansi to send Forex to the bottom lane to get that tower.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. It's the second time already they synced sending Vorax top, having like 4-3 teammates, basically just farming the hero. It feels like at this point they should have taken the bot tower down already, 13 minutes in the game. Also
yeah,
having Ilek bot, but he doesn't have the greatest of games there. They could have opened the map by now.
He does have his mana boots now, so he's actually a lot tankier with that. But yeah, without Devour. Oh, they're going top lane again. Top lane. Glacier's trying to go in for the freeze. No, Power Hook misses as well. They do get the bottom tower now, of course. Yeah, but the Vorax, you don't really want to steal the Benston farm or something like that. But you know, pushing 2 towers with the Vorax there seems quite possible. You don't really have to. Without the Devour, you don't have the biggest catch. So if you just get some good vision up. Oh, and Valkyrie actually got spotted here by Electrician. And that is an arrow hit, actually. And we see a lot of ports coming in. And that might be a really good port out from... Yes. Oh, Mage Bane did not have his ultimate up. Oh, that's rough, because Mage Bane has a mini stun. But the ultimate was sadly on cooldown for the Mage Bane, so he could not cancel the port. That was a really... I think greedy port by Bensington. Because he definitely was not in time for the first one. He wasn't in time for the second one. But it works out, and Benson actually having 5 charges on his knuckles right now helps a lot.
Yeah, it feels like they were so focused in the top lane that it kind of make them forget about the Bensington having a free farm on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Bensington just was not contested, and they tried to help the Mage Bane a lot. Mage Bane actually not going for Cleaver, but for Helmet of Black Legion, which he can of course build into the Oblivion Hammer.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a better pickup now, and I don't hate it. However, I would have liked to see something like an Outbounds first then, so at least you have some farming tool. Because I don't know what the plan is now. Oh, they're going middle. There's a Glacius in a great position, and that is a Midas combo on top, and Monarch actually saving him, but it's not going to be enough because the Devour actually eats the Valkyrie, and that is going to be a dead Valkyrie. Sungpop still has the hook and hits the hook on the Monarch there. That was a great hook. And you see that's dust coming out there. Without the dust, he would have not been able to see the Monarch there. Meanwhile, the enemy team gets a pick-off in the top lane on the Electrician, who was trying to farm some stacks or something like that. Trying to recover. Electrician still just on 190 GPM. Not enough. And Mitrix actually queuing into the 2 people from the enemy team there. Devour missing his hook. Sadly, not being able to get a kill there. And oh, their carry is falling to the Mage Bane.
It's actually interesting because they preferred to fight Ilek in the jungle instead of having 3 guys tipping mid for an entire team diving. What do you think about that? I mean, they did get the kill on Ilek, but they did have also full Bensington.
I didn't see when they did that, so if they already committed to the fight, you can't. It's also the question: can you still save the Valkyrie, and can you then get a counter kill? Because especially with this Mage Bane now having his Helmet of Black Legion, it's gonna be quite difficult to kill. But what I would have liked is for the Bensington to not die, because I think the Bensington went on the Mage Bane there for some reason, and Mage Bane is just a tanky bot at this point with 1.5 HP, and why commit to that?
What you get against Lodestone.
If I were this Bensington, right? Just farm the jungle, slow down the game. You don't want to fight the Mage Bane at this point in the game, and they're dying with 3 people in the jungle, and Mage Bane is probably going to be able to just start pick them off one by one now, because he did actually sell his Toxic Claws, and here you see what a huge effect Toxic Claws has, right? Because Mage Bane and Monarch being kind of the same movement speed is just really hard to chase people down with a Toxic Claws. So I would have liked for him to resell the Refreshing Ornament and maybe just pick up another Toxic Claws. Actually,
you like them toxic claws. They could be a little toxic, but
also Beans got a really good ward in the jungle, and they might actually get use from that right now. Devour is setting up a hook here. There is some team support. Devour probably going to be spotted here. He is. Devour might be in some trouble here. There is team support coming from both sides. Devour juking the enemy team. Mindtrick's probably going to be able to get into range here. Yes, and he does. Valkyrie choosing not to arrow there. Oh wait, he already arrows, never mind. Valkyrie ultimate on top. So they're gonna be able to get away. I don't think the Hellborn is interested in taking this fight. Legion is clearly interested in chasing. And that is a big arrow on the Midas. Mage Bane behind. Bensington going in very greedily. But yeah, there are 5 people there, so he can, I guess. I think Bensington either shrunken right now, which would be good, of course, or Null Fireblade would also probably be good. Geobane can be alright, because you have to, like, Electrician can purge Geobane, of course.
I think Nullfire is a great item. I mean, you do have Elect to purge the Chrysalis, but at the same time, it's also great against heroes like Lodestone. It just takes a couple of hits and Lodestone is all over by nothing.
Could Monarch ultimate to save him, but that might not be enough. Lodestone ultimate, so Lodestone Q is still down for 5 seconds, and that's just a dead Lodestone. Lodestone, if he went in, or if he goes in, and I think they also Electrician purged the movement speed buff from Lodestone after his Q. So yeah, you can't really get away from that. It's just too much slow. But okay, Benston actually going for the Hyper Crown. It does boost his farm, and I think what is also important is that Bensington with the Hyper Crown can farm Ancients. Without Hyper Crown, no Ancients for the Benston, because it's just too hard to kill. Right? Need like lifesteal and a ton of claw, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually not a big fan of having Hyper Crown first item, but if you're not planning on fighting at all, at least for another 10 minutes, then maybe that would be the great option for you.
It's good for farming, for sure. Because if you're planning on, I think if you're planning on farming, I think that's we see the Sword of the High being picked up on the Mage Bane. You know what that means?
We all know what that means.
We all know what that means. Someone whisper him Doombringer or Pussy. Okay, they're going in on the Valkyrie. They use the Q and the slowest stuff on the Glacius, but Valkyrie's not being fast enough there to get away from them after the leap. I think they buffed the movement speed bonus from the leap as well. They're gonna get another kill in the top lane. Bensington has his ultimate. Bensington going in on the Electrician here. Tablet used from Monarch to cancel the Electrician leap. And it was a good setup from Monarch, actually. Starting with a Q, which is 3 seconds, which is more than enough for the Bensington to actually follow up on the Electrician here. And of course, Electrician cannot actually purge himself when he is silenced. So, a good setup by them. They're really using the Bensington ultimate to full effect, with a lot of setups there. But yeah, so Hyper Crown, especially when you're playing against the Mage Bane, it doesn't seem that powerful to me. But again, Valkyrie ultimate, we see Hansi plus Mindtrix here running into what is 4 people, I believe. Yes, 4 people. He's just scouting, I guess. They're hoping they don't reverts, which he's playing very aggressive. And he did get punished for that a lot this game, I think. He died 6 times, which is not as much as I expected, actually. But you do see that the scrap GPM is up there with the best, 270, and that's probably just the 4x factor, right?
Oh, initiating top.
Okay, yeah, they can't really kill the Mage Bane that easily. Oh, that's a big hook by the Devour. The ultimate on top, and I think that is a dead Lodestone, probably, yes. And one big thing, actually, about the Lodestone against Mage Bane is that Mage Bane still has 40% damage reduction from magic damage, even when the Lodestone hits him. Because it only reduces magic damage, or sorry, magic armor. But the Master of the Mantra aura from the Mage Bane passively gives you 25% magic damage reduction and 50% if you leap. So, or if you hit someone. So he's still not that scared of magic damage, probably. He does, however, need to be scared of physical damage, and they're going in the top lane. He's actually diving the scrap here, and that's just a Mog also being very powerful there. Mog just 50 damage in like of 3 seconds. Well, it's already 150 damage, and that's not a big hook from the Devour. They might actually be able to lock him down long enough for him to not get his Q off, and that is a dead Lodestone again. He just ported in. That is a walk of shame from the Lodestone, I guess.
And creating a lot of space for their team.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
getting his hooks off finally now, and that's like the nice thing about like having Devour in this kind of situation, where finally your team can kind of follow up, because Midas bought the PK. If you hook and ultimates, you know, that's just Midas ultimate, like combos on top. You can get a lot of shit done. But the Bensington it's not really that much of a threat to the Mage Bane. Because one of the powerful things about something like a Nullfire Blade against the Mage Bane is a Mage Bane without mana is not that scary.
Not
Mage
at
Bane
all.
without, yeah, he can't leap, right? A Mage Bane without mana that cannot leap, not that scary.
He's a creep.
Yeah, he's literally a walking creep at that point. So if you get like Nullfire Blade and Bensington, hit him 3 times, the Mage Bane is gonna be out of mana. He cannot ultimate, he cannot leap, he cannot use his E, which is actually really powerful as well. And you just do a lot of physical damage against the hero with like no armor. But it does like really not do much for your farm, but I don't think he's farmed Ancients once this game. So I don't necessarily think if the Hyper Crown was the best pickup. We actually might see a kill on the Oh no, he misses the arrow! Oh, that's unfortunate, but that's a big pickup. A big stun on the Benston. Valkyrie actually managed to pick up his Nullfire Blade. He's going to be pounding in the auto attacks very much probably soon. Leaping in aggressively on the Electrician. And that's an instant purge. Benson ultimate attack. They don't have a tower here, so there's no team support coming from the Hellborn side, and that's just a pick up on the Electrician because he can't get away enough. Also, good use of the Monarch ultimate to cancel the Electrician Q. I really like that they used offensively here. They want to go in the mid lane, arrow missing, Lodestone Q missing on the Devourer. Mage Bane not porting, I believe, and they get 2 kills here. Mage Bane not interested in fighting, that's because the Electrician and the Midas were both pick off, so I think that's also just a bit too much of confidence from the Hellborn side being there right now. Because you have to expect them to do something with those kills. They get the tower.
If I was in a Hellborn team, like maybe 5 minutes ago, I would be only looking for having a team fights because I wouldn't want to go super late game against both Bensington and Valkyrie, especially when having like a Monarch in the enemy team and hero like Lodestone that is able to burst pretty much anyone.
Not on the Mage Bane, no.
I mean, not on the Mage Bane, yeah, but now I'm not actually sure about Mage Bane being able to contest late game against both Valkyrie and Bensington, so that would require from Midas to shine a lot late game. And
yeah, I think like
having
the reason they might want to team fight is because the Electrician just doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, and the later it goes, the worse it becomes.
Yeah, because he's not really farming, or he is trying to farm, and he's even playing quite defensively. But oh, and they might actually get a kill on the low. No, the hook just misses. Lodestone mentioning the Q out there. Not using his PK, but using the Q instead is funny. But yeah, like the Electrician is trying to farm and he's trying to play defensively, but he's just getting chased down a lot. And then like 1 stun plus Bensington ultimate is a dead Electrician. And the towers being dead a lot just doesn't create enough room for those heroes to, you know, escape. So it's difficult for Electrician because you're right, because you do want to fight right now. But the Mage Bane having his Mog and is actually picking up a Shrunken right now, which I think I like. And Benston also going for the Nullfire Blade right now. Picking up a Gong kill. Because the Mage Bane is he's just a tanky hero. It's a mid game hero, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it could shine, but you do need like another 3 items to be able to do something against the Shine and had on the Bensington there.
You know what he should have done? He should have bought a Doombringer. Yeah.
Yeah, everything
Would have been so easy. They see in the mid lane. They actually saw the Mage Bane mock debuff. Monarch Wing himself, using his ultimate to try and survive, but it's not enough. Mock finishing him off. They're gonna pick up the scrap in the background as well. Bensington trying to chase someone. Glacius big ultimate on top. There's actually a lot of damage coming in there. But I think the Legion team might be able to get out here without too much harm being done, unless Lodestone also get hooked. He did get the Impus rune though. Whether or not it's worth dying for that is debatable. But yeah, this is what they should be doing, right? They should just be team fighting.
Yeah, this is exactly what Hellborn needed at this point.
So the Mage Bane having a Shrunken now means that like the Valkyrie and the Benzigen don't really want to go on the Mage Bane anymore. Because one downside, of course, of the Nullfire Blade is that Nullfire Blade also doesn't go to Shrunken. So you don't really do much damage on a hit with Shrunken.
I don't think you ever want to go on Mage Bane in the first place, unless
yeah,
you're
but
able to
Mage Bane is gonna pick off your supports otherwise.
Yeah, he will. He will regardless, though, especially when you have Shrunken against the Legion team. Like, what can
Yeah,
you
but
do?
if you just like go 5 people, start hitting the Mage Bane will die. And another question you gotta ask then. I pause for a quick second because I see a Midas with a Codex.
That's an Eston thing, definitely. He lost that.
Nice. Another thing I was gonna like, the Mage Bane doesn't have the armor. Yes, he has like a Helm to Black Legion, but he doesn't have enough armor to survive like Valkyrie and Benson actually hitting him. He's gonna be like low HP within like 2 or 3 seconds. But I think that team fight was a bit messy. I don't think it's such a bad thing to focus the Mage Bane in these team fights and like stick with your supports, because they don't really have the big AoE ultimates or big AoE abilities like, I don't know, a Lodestone ultimate or something that like the Legion side has. Because you have the Midas combo, of course, but Midas combo is not that hard to dodge. And as we might actually have a team fight here, Devour missing the hook, Mage Bane using his W to farm actually. And if you use W to farm and not hit an enemy hero, the cooldown is actually significantly longer. So that's something I have to keep in mind always with the Mage Bane. And as we saw, Electrician tried to man-fight the scrap 4x. I think Benson just ultimated him and killed him. So yeah, that's a powerful thing about the scrap plus Benson, I guess. Someone has to deal with the 4x, and whenever someone deals with 4x, you get to kill him.
It's a bait all along.
Yeah.
It's part of the plan.
It's like, okay, so Mage Bane actually did recover pretty good, right? 614 GPM. It's not as much like as the Benson. Plus, I don't think a Mage Bane carries as hard as the Benson.
Yeah, I just believe it doesn't scale as much. And it's one of the reasons why I think Hellborn is a little bit behind now, because up until now, the Legion were the ones that were taking control of the fights. And when finally Hellborn did the first move, what happened was that Bensington was the only one who was left alive. Yeah. So I think if they do continue with like smoke plays, having sneaky plays on Monarch.
Oh wait, top lane. That might be really big. Oh, and the hook! Is that gonna save him though? I think that the Devour ultimate almost saves him, but yeah, like he just doesn't have any. He doesn't have any armor, and that's double damage Benson just pounding in the auto attacks for 400 per hit, and the Mage Bane will just melt. But that was a really good initiation. Yeah. That was well played by the Legion side, I guess. They do have a lot of vision in this area, though.
Yeah, they have a great control of the map. Just of the jungle there.
You see like that the other side also has good vision of the Legion jungle, but there's no one farming the Legion jungle, and this is like good making the map smaller.
Say the first conqueror of the game?
No, the second one.
The second, right.
They already have one buff. And the second one is going to be up in 4 minutes, so there's probably not enough time for a token. But I mean, you can fight it anyway. I wonder if we see, I can see any like sneaky Mage Bane plays where like the Conqueror is like no mana, and then you ultimate Conqueror for a big boom. Because that's a lot of damage. Because Conqueror, I think, has like 2k mana max, and it's 150% damage, so that's like 3k damage in AoE. My body's ready. Okay, we see Mage Bane probably going for Demonic here, which good pickup, gives him the attack speed plus the armor that he needs. If you're looking at this, right? he did not yet go for the what is it called? The Oblivion Hammer. Do you think like that maybe the Helm of the Black Legion was a mistake because of the latest mock?
I think like the main idea of the Helm of Black Legion was to get a little tankier against Lodestone and not get picked off that easily, considering that Monarch, the Glacius might do some rotates and he's gonna be alone in the lane, so not 100% relying on him. So maybe Oblivion wasn't his first intention, and he just wanted to get a little stronger for the beginning.
I also don't know if he has enough. What's his face? And I don't know if he has enough HP region to comfortably jungle, or if he has just mock.
Yeah, well, maybe they also realized that they lack armor, so it was one of the decisions.
Well, it doesn't give armor.
No, I'm talking about the Bulwark.
Oh yeah, no, it's just the Monarch. It's just a great item on the Mage Bane, right? Because you need armor and minus armor, because all your spells... Well, the Q does physical damage. So I like the Demonic a lot. Actually, we see a Valkyrie ultimate, and we see lots of people on the top lane. And Glacius peeking in, and I think they should probably just try to pick off the Glacius. Mage Bane leaping in, Monarch being W'd. Mage Bane running for his life right now. Benster in the background, Lodestone ultimate, big Glacius ultimate on top. The Glacius melts in 4 hits. Mage Bane not being able to man up there because he's just not... He's like not way more tanky than the rest, and the Electrician just not being there. He has the staff right now, but it is really difficult for the Electrician to really be in front because he's so slow. He doesn't have the Pika yet, and he's the mid lane here. I think.
Insane.
Also, the Valkyrie ultimate really paying off here. It's good. It's good place. Like, because they don't have anyone in their jungle from the Legion side. That means that like no one is giving away that they Valkyrie ultimated, because otherwise you would see it, right?
That was a really interesting play by them, just ignoring the Glacius and going all in on Devour, right? Because they don't want to get another deadly hook there. So.
Because like that's what happened, right? We've seen a couple of times that like they use the Benskin stun into the arrow, and they just get hooked out. And Glacius is also just... I would have liked for one of them to just use a spell on the Glacius, like Monarch or something, because Glacius got away. And Glacius is like just 3 hits, right?
Yes, and also at this point, not having a Bound Eye is a little bit of grief, I'd say. Especially that they lost so many fights because of the Valkyrie's Invis, so not having Bound Eye maybe...
Oh, that's rough. He just placed the ward and it's already near a counter ward. But yeah, like Glacius just doesn't really have the funds to spam Reforts relentlessly, and it's not a Valkyrie ultimate. And that's a dust from Devour. He actually picks up the Lodestone here. That's an arrow, 5-second arrow of Devour. Benson ultimate going in. Mage Bane going in the background, trying to chase supports. Benson just pounding in the auto attacks. Glacius dead. You see Midas, Mage Bane still up here fighting them. Mage Bane doesn't have any mana anymore practically, and he's going to fall. Midas not being able to pick off anyone. Electrician just man fighting the, I believe that was the Lodestone or the Valkyrie in the background. But the Electrician just not scary enough and not central enough in these team fights to really do anything. And I think this is the problem with like having an underfarmed Electrician, where the hero is just not as impactful as anything else basically. Where if you see like a Lodestone with his ultimate, even if he has no farm, he still slaps because 0 armor, all your damage doing true damage is just insane.
Yeah, and by the time Mage Bane blinks in, like all the supports are just spreading up, and you end up chasing one person, and you find yourself without mana. It's really hard to overcome that situation.
The Monarch ultimate is also just a really strong tool against the Mage Bane, because I didn't use it this time, but Mage Bane blinks in, you Monarch ultimate, and you have 200 movement speed.
Yeah, you cannot keep up with the movement speed. That's yeah.
It's the same thing that happens whenever you play like a Predator or something like that, where they have like either a Blitz or an Andro or like a Monarch, and you're just chasing them. You're not able to finish anyone off, and it's really frustrating. I speak from experience. That is actually game number 2, 1-1 right now, meaning that we're going into a game number 3. So I'm going to rest my voice for a few seconds, and then we will be back, I believe.
See you soon.
Watch this, breaking impression. Alright, welcome back to Paradise League game number 3 of Team TikTok versus Noah Shark. And we today have, again, me, the HoN, and Salt here to co-cast with me.
Hello.
Okay, that was a terrible breaking impression. I admit it. Alright, let's get it on.
That was a good enough. I almost actually... I thought it's breaking man for a second.
Almost here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saving my ego there.
It's the very little Dutch accent that gave you away, but other than that, there would have definitely been break there.
I don't think I have the low voice capacity for that. I can fix that with software though.
Yeah, a couple of days of casting, and you're gonna reach there.
Exactly.
You're gonna reach either the very high, or you're like losing your voice, or just very low.
I'm not doing that for a couple of years anymore, or since a couple of years. The voice cracks finally went away. Puberty finally hit in. Anyway, okay, so there is a small problem with the first picks, I believe. And we're going to remake the lobby? Okay. So does this mean I get like another chance to do my breaking impression?
Yeah, you're gonna have some time to train now.
Okay, I'm quickly gonna just check.
Can you do the beef impression though?
Ooh, I don't know what the beef impression was.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was just...
Man, I do remember beef, but
yeah, he was beefy.
no, like I remember Breaky partially also because of his voice pack. You just like heard him everywhere.
They were casting together.
I don't think I've casted with Breaky ever. But yeah, sorry, Beef was casting with Breaky, I think, in like 2015 on tour cast, that kind of stuff. 14.
Yeah, 4 years.
Okay. Quickly gonna check something. Do we... I don't know if we're gonna be right back or not. Maybe Paradise can link that back to me.
It's gonna be a fast one. It's already up.
True, I guess. If anyone, if the servers aren't griefing again. Let me check. Okay. So, Paradise, are we gonna be right back, or are we gonna just keep talking? Let's just go be right back then. right, let's get it on. No, wait, no. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third game.
That was great.
Attempt number 2. That was bad. That was bad. Even I heard that. Oh, that was terrible. Okay. To be fair, I don't hear any of you do Betty Breaky impersonation, so
we're here to get better.
exactly. I got lots of room for improvement. Huh? Yeah, unlimited potential. That's what we call that. Anyway, you see the bands Prisoner, Engineer, Belphegor, Fate, and Adrenaline. I think those are all NFA. Those are the same bands.
Yes, exactly the same bands like previous game.
And the same pick.
And the same pick. Well, it did work great for them, the Monarch.
True. Why break a winning team, right?
Exactly.
So, the Monarch is like a very hard hero to play against because it's both like a defensive and like a stun lock counter kind of hero. And there are of course like a couple of heroes that work against Monarch. One of them being like Tempest, of course, that doesn't get like removed. But it is difficult to deal with the Monarch. Because whenever Monarch is just sitting behind, like the range of the ultimate is just so long as well, right?
Andromeda.
It's really hard to play around. Okay, so we do see the Andromeda. Andromeda being a bit more of a defensive support compared to the Glacius we saw last time. I think Andromeda is still a very powerful hero.
Gonna be a carry Andromeda right here.
Ooh.
Or unless it's played by a Dutch, it's not gonna be there.
Well, my carry Andromeda is top notch. I've never seen a better carry Andromeda.
Top Dutch.
Exactly. It's almost the only carry Andromeda I've seen played in the last year, I think. Maybe.
You played it recently in TMM, right? Or there was.
Dude, I do all the dumb shit in TMM. I played carry Cloud with a cleaver recently. That was hilarious.
That's a great opportunity to find it out here.
Exactly.
And a keeper now.
Okay, so it's actually something we mentioned last game as well. Monarch is something that you pick up when you want to pick up a keeper. But the enemy team picked up the Electrician last time. So that's probably why they also did not choose to go for the keeper. But it means that the the Legion side currently has the chance to ban the Electrician, which I think they definitely should. And yeah, first ban. So Electrician with the Purge, especially if the Electrician gets a staff, it's purges so many people. You just get rid of the Keeper ultimate. And the Keeper at that point is just not that powerful anymore, especially because like Keeper also gives like a buff that lasts for a very long time for a lot of armor, which also gets removed. So definitely a really good ban from the Legion side. There is of course also the Pearl that can purge a lot, but they already have the Andromeda, which is kind of a defensive support. So do you really want to pick up a Pearl as well? Probably not.
I think it would have been that bad, actually. Andromeda could be a pretty offensive support. If you get like Energizer and stuff running at post 4.
Yeah, but both of those supports can't really, set up solo kills that easily.
But that depends how he wants to play, right? If you want to get offensive swaps, you want to get defensive swaps.
Yeah. It like both Pearl and Andromeda, they do strike me as strictly defensive supports. Because the Andromeda swap isn't that long these days. Like it's I think 850, 950, 1050, which is long enough for like a defensive swap, but for an offensive swap, it's a bit more difficult. And both of them don't really have the fastest stuns. If you compare it to something like Kinesis, especially when they pick up the Magmus again, Kinesis has then 3 seconds on the ultimate, which is a pretty big nuke. And then you have the Magmus stun on top, so that's like 5 seconds of lockdown. That is more than enough to, burst down any target. So they're gonna be looking for like a good carry here, something that is the way I've seen Andromeda played most often and most effectively is like you have like a really greedy carry, something like Forsaken Archer or similar, and then like when they go on it, you just swap them out.
Oh, that's an interesting pick. Having a Madman into the Kinesis is...
Yeah, Madman does actually get bursted down quite easily against the Kinesis in the early game. Kinesis also stealing...
Yeah, he's definitely glad seeing a Madman here right now.
Well, I don't know if you're happier to see the So if you want to Magma stun or the Madman Q, because generally speaking, from experience, like Madman Q is it
I think
helps, of course.
that really depends how soon you leave the lane, because I think in the laning phase you always would want to have the Magnus stun. I don't know how they're running the lane still, but I think it would be the better option. And when you start roaming, maybe having Madman being able to sneak up and make big sneaky plays. So probably the stock is gonna be the better option. But
Yeah, quite often the Madman Stalk doesn't actually save you if you get stun locked though, while the Magma Stun sometimes does, because it's just instant and it disjoints stuff. It's the Magma Stun is just really good. That's, I think, the takeaway point. And Corrupted Disciple, interesting. We haven't seen him a lot. Ever since, I think, Dawnbringer got nerfed. Because I think Dawnbringer was the item that made Corrupted Disciple good. Because you picked up a Light Brand, the Electric Tide, the Q, was a very powerful ability to nuke down stacked camps. And with the Corrupted Disciple, you were, in that case, just a really powerful team fight hero, and the slow from the Dawnbringer allowed you to kill people. And
picking Pyromancer is very ballsy as well, considering if you look at it, they have Magnus, they have Andromeda, they have Kraken, and if they pick Rally now, that's a hero that doesn't have too much of an escape early, maybe not at all, and also if you run,
we're gonna see a Rally though. Like, it's too much physical damage, I think. Right? Plus, you can't even save someone with a Rally from the Monarch Q or from the Keeper route. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense to me. So the Accursed is a very powerful pickup here. I think they might lane the Madman and the Accursed in the same lane. They often do that, where you just kind of stalk in with the Madman and give him a shield, and it's just very hard to deal with it. So I think I really like that pick. But yeah, the Pyromancer is a hero that is really hard to play properly. It's just really easy to gank. That's the thing I always think about when I see Pyromancer. That is like, oh hey, that's 300 gold for me to farm.
That could potentially be a dual lane mid, or
yeah, they could. I don't think they will, because they have the Accursed, right? So if you had a range carry in the top lane, Accursed is definitely would be fine with a range carry, especially with like a stronger range carry. And that is like, then the curse can actually do a lot. But like this,
yeah, because having 1v1 Pyromancer against a Magnus mid, I'm not really
Kraken.
sure about
Kraken middle.
Yeah, they probably makes more sense. I'm really curious about their lanes though.
So
it's a +4, I guess, Accursed here.
Yeah, and the nice thing also is like so I think they're gonna send Accursed, Andromeda, and Madman to the top lane. Then have Magnus Suicide, Kraken middle. And then whenever the Magnus goes for the rune, he can easily set up kills on the Pyromancer. Because Pyromancer goes a little bit too far. You stun with the Magnus, and like if Kraken is level 6, that's 1% that Pyromancer. But even if he isn't level 6, he's likely still just going to die from the damage that they have. Because the Pyromancer stun is just so slow. It's like,
yeah, the
unless
cast
you
time.
get like, yeah, the cast time is just so slow. It's one of the big issues of the hero, together with like the fact that the range isn't that long of the Pyromancer stun. You're often like, if you want to stun a Magnus, for example, Magnus is always going to be able to 1, dodge your stun, and 2, actually just stun you before you can stun him. And the same thing about the Kraken. Kraken can probably just run up and straight up Q and ultimate you before you get a chance to stun him. So I often see Pyromancer more in a lane where you can pick him up as like a position 4 and combo with people, with like a Magnus, with like another free stunner. You know, you follow up with the Pyromancer. You don't initiate with the Pyromancer.
Yeah, it's also a little bit like unfortunate for Legion having maybe 1.5 stuns if you count Pyromancer, having a curse on the enemy team that even that one single stun is probably gonna be purgeable, so that would require a good follow-up from the Legion team to get early kills.
Okay, so I'm guessing also that they're gonna send Pyro middle, Mindtrix Keeper solo bottom, and Tri-Lane top. No, they're not actually. They're gonna Tri-Lane bottom and send Keeper suicide. I'm not a big fan of that. And oh, you're right. That is actually Kraken going bottom. And Madman plus a curse top lane.
That's a good alignment. I was a little expected because I don't see how Magnus is being able to 1v1 Pyromancer mid, so he's gonna need that Andromeda there. If that's
Yeah, but
indeed,
I would not send the Magnus into the so you would rather have a Kraken suicide. Sorry, rather have a Magnus suicide than a Kraken suicide because Magnus without farm is still useful-ish. Most of the time. You can set up stuff.
I feel a little bit unfortunate for for those of being the one that takes all the double lanes
Yeah.
and triple lanes this tournament.
Yes, I think like the Electrician and the Kraken, they share a lot of similarities in the way that they are very powerful, scary heroes once they get a lot of farm. And they're really these defining teamfight heroes, but without farm, they are not. You can't just ignore them. You don't care about them. They just die too fast.
Yeah, but
they're
that's
not
gonna
tanky
be
about items.
that is gonna be a fast rotation though from both lane because Pyromancer is not gonna be able to manage that lane.
Okay, we do see Keeper trying to pull creeps with his trees, with tree dogs. We see him also block the pull camp. I would have liked him see this block the small camp with the other one as well. And Keeper against like a curse plus Madman, you can just kind of press your Q and heal up a lot. It's like the Q level 2 is already like, it is 3 health for 30 seconds, so that's like 90 healing over time. It's just so powerful. And he's delaying the creeps right now. I'm not sure where he's going to send them. I would send them just behind your tower and just farm it over there, specifically because you are blocking the pull camps. He's trying to make a double wave right now, which means that like the Madman can just dual farm this small camp. You're giving him a lot of opportunity to farm that. Well, if you take like the creep wave behind your tower, that is suddenly like a lot more difficult for the Madman to actually rotate there. Because then they just get into a bad position.
Yeah, Kinesis is definitely gonna take use of the Lava Surge mid.
Yeah. Do you
Maybe
like Kinesis going dual mid here?
I would say so, yes, because
Or would you like Monarch dual mid?
I don't think it matters as long as Kinesis is able to take the Lava Surge. Doesn't matter, I think, if he goes mid or bot. But Kinesis is very aggressive hero by itself, so I think it really decides if you want to play a little defensive or aggressive. Because if you want to play aggressive, then probably Kinesis is the better option to be able to put pressure on the Magnus, sending him back.
I actually talked about this with Max before this game started. If you get level 3 W on Kinesis, you can just like stand near the tier 2 tower on the Legion side and pick up creeps and throw them into the small camp and the hard camp. And you're literally denying like half the wave of every wave at that point. And that is, oh my god, look at that wave in the top lane. They get the first blood there, and Keeper actually, I don't know if he was dusted or not. I don't think he was, but that tower is half HP. Oh, he died from the shield damage, apparently. Keeper having just, like, no shield here as well. It's just, maybe he took too much damage from, like, just auto attacks and the curse is kind of boxing him out. It is kind of surprising that he's getting pushed out
experience here, but the tower is...
Okay, we see actually the... Oh my god, there's some bottle shenanigans going on in mid lane. Oh my god. They kept, like... He kept trying to give it, and then like Hansi ran away, and then he cancelled it again, and then he tried to run away again, then he tried to give again. Okay, so Hansi level 2 right now. Once he gets level 3, I would like to go into the mid lane, to the tier 2 towers, pick up creeps, throw them into the camps, and at that point, the lane will automatically push, right? So that means that Pyro will automatically get XP. And you're denying like half a wave of 2 heroes. It is so strong.
Yeah, I feel like Chicken is picked more. I feel like he's a little underrated. That's been a great hero.
Mindtrax might actually almost get a kill here on the Accursed. Accursed running away. I don't think it should be in any danger here.
He's gonna die if he uses a Q there. It's risky.
Yeah. No, it's only 150 damage, magic damage. No, 75 magic damage to himself. But yeah, Kraken actually, we haven't talked about him a lot. But he is, I've seen a repeat of last game.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him. There's not much he can do.
No, I don't blame him.
honomg has a great control of the camp, preventing him from pulling
It's a
it.
good ward as well. I think he's just gonna charge out. And they just have to, they have the camp open, where Keeper actually blocked the camp. Plus, like, Keeper just doesn't really need to be afraid. He can just kind of chill. I don't know if the enemy side has bought rev wards already. So they have bought 1 rev ward, they don't have dust, so they don't actually need to be that scared of them. And they actually get a kill in the mid lane. Oh, that's well played by them. A kill on the Andromeda, who was maybe rotating for the rune. Got put into a bad position. Kinesis with that Magma stun is of course very scary. Kinesis does suffer from mana issues a lot. Oh, and look at top lane, by the way. Keeper just manning up against them. And like, because there's not that much burst damage from the
amount of damage is insane on Keeper.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have mana anymore. Oh, that is a big issue, actually. That is potentially a fatal mistake that he may have made. He actually got shown there by the creeps in the tower, and they might actually be able to pick him up. He presses Q again. The shield does not explode because he takes no damage. And that is a living Keeper. Keeper getting a little bit too comfortable for his own good there. Taking a lot of harass damage. And probably going back now. I think it's very important that you get some kind of mana regen early on. As the Keeper here, either Chalice or like at least keep a Lunacy already.
We have Kinesis maxing his Q. Which I mean, I understand that, right? You want to have a longer range on your stun stuff. Maybe he doesn't want to too much focus on the lane control, but rather like being aggressive and putting more damage here. And
They
maybe like
are winning the lane. I think the thing that I suggested was a strategy, what to do when you lose the lane. Because it's a way that you deny farm from your Pyromancer, but also deny a lot of farm from the enemy. So it's a bit of like a scorched earth tactic, right? Just denying like resources on both sides.
Yeah, if you do look at Magnus's GPM, yeah, it's also 37 last hits compared to.
Oh yeah, no, Pyromancer has been forced to use his Q for last hits, basically in cooldown, because it's just like if he gets too comfortable, he just dies, right? But Magnus doesn't actually have that much damage. Oh, and they're going in actually. Hence he might... No, Magnus is not interested in actually going more here. Maybe they didn't have vision of the Monarch, which makes sense. Monarch's actually smoking. Kraken finally getting some XP here for once. So he's gonna be happy. Madman picked up the Mana Ring. Now the Keeper is kind of in danger because now the Madman can freely spam his spells. But a very smart thing that he actually did here is he EQ'd the tower. Keeper got dusted. Keeper does not have his a TP, but he ultimated, just got 6 and ultimated, and actually managed to live there. There's no stun on the Hellborn side in that lane, so he can just TP if they ever go on him there. And of course they wasted dust, so they wasted 90 gold. Always worth.
But at least this game they have dust. I mean,
they did buy dust. I am so proud of them.
From the previous game.
They are also improving. You see?
Yeah,
everyone is improving.
By the end of the night, it's gonna be supreme here.
I think against
top lane again.
No, it's cooldown on his Q. Keeper not managing to get the Q off. Yeah, so that is kind of rough for the and actually rotating 2 people over. Keeper might actually be in trouble here if they choose to go. They don't have vision of the 2 rotations here. They should know that they're not middle, I think. Yeah, and they're gonna dive the Keeper here. There's 4 people rotating. The Accursed is gonna keep the Madman alive here, and that's another good kill. That's 2 deaths in a row for the Keeper, who was actually prior to this point doing quite well. Kraken finally getting some farm. and XP most importantly right now. And I am not sure that was... Kinesis needs to get his boots, right? Pyromancer is probably just gonna rotate into the jungle and start taking a lot of stacks. So maybe just send the Kinesis middle and let him chill there. I don't think he dies to Magnus Andromeda. Not unless they combo it very good and if he takes some auto attack damage.
Oh, there's already also a wind whistle on Kinesis, which is already
proud of him.
Very, very important thing to point here.
Okay, so to be fair, right, and I've had this argument before. Wind Whistle and Red Boots, they give almost the same amount of value as in movement speed per cost. Red Boots, 45 movement speed. Wind Whistle, 50 movement speed for 200 gold. So
yeah, that item is super underrated though. But now also Puppet Soul gave him some free experience.
Yeah, but
you realize
people don't agree. And people not agreeing with me really annoys me. It really, really annoys me.
We're gonna give you some spotlight after, so you can have one-on-one conversation with
me. Oh, actually, okay, so that's diving, corrupted disciple. Here we see a port, we see two people rotating over, but Andromeda not with boots, not actually able to catch. I think that was a cancelled TP. I'm not sure whose TP that was. May have been the Madman.
Well, having a good time now on the free lane.
I wouldn't say good time, but he's getting XP.
But he gets above 100 GPM, which is also already...
It's an improvement.
It's a huge thing, yes.
Kraken is a hero you just want to get level 7 up as soon as possible. Oh, and actually, I like what they're doing here. They're gonna take 2 triple stacks here. He's trying to quad stack it, actually.
No
I think.
Okay, no.
Yeah, I hope he was gonna ultimate it, but he's not for some reason.
Yeah, that would be satisfying.
But wouldn't you rather, in this case, still have the... oh, actually, top lane might die. He has used the Q... No, he hasn't used the... Yeah, he did. He used the Q on the tower. Oh. And the shield is already used, so that means the Madman is gonna get locked down for full duration. Is that enough, though? The Pollen coming on top and the Kinesis Q. And that is a dead Madman. And Accursed might be next to fall here. Accursed uses his ultimate to try and stay alive. But he doesn't really have an escape tool. Magnus is there to try and save him, maybe. But it's not enough. Magnus might actually be in some trouble now. Kinesis running out because Kinesis has no mana. Mind Tricks on the Keeper not having any mana either. So I don't think they have the tools here to commit to this Magnus kill. Magnus not having an ultimate. A swap in from the Andromeda on the Keeper. Oh. And that is a Keeper, but he's gonna survive.
That's an interesting decision. Was that a misclick, you think, or is that a
No, they wanted to kill the... They needed the damage from the tower, but it's just not enough. And then Hansi came back in because of the power supply or the battery. Managed to get a stun in, and that is a dead Magnus otherwise.
So if Magnus did not use his ultimate in the enemy jungle for the creeps, maybe he would have been able to get at least the guy stop. But he did not see that coming, right? That was pretty...
No, like, generally speaking, it's very difficult to get your ultimate off as a Magnus in the early game. Because it's just like... It's just difficult, right? Also, Keeper the Accursed used his shield on the first hit from the Keeper. Now, if you hit with Keeper while you're invis for a little while already, you can actually get a 4 seconds stun because you root him for 2 seconds, then like you invis again and you instantly root him again. Oh, and wait, actually, Hansi in the top lane on Kinesis might fall here if he's not careful. No, never mind. Is it going to be a turn? The Keeper is running in, a Curse sitting behind, and Magma's also coming, but they are not really capable of killing each other. They do find the ward here. Kraken getting some much needed space after, I think, Corrupted rotate into the jungle to clear some stacks. I haven't seen the Pyromancer in a while either. I don't think the Pyromancer was in the top. In the top lane. There. Corrupted Disciple picking up the Energizer, which I do really like. Energizer uncorrupted is just something that, one, makes you faster, of course, but two, it gives you just enough mana regen to comfortably spam your ultimate.
Oh, there's a big
your Q. Oh, top lane. Oh, they find the Keeper here. Max is ready to save him. The Pollen comes in clutch, actually. Keeper trying to man up, and that's the ultimate. The tower attacking the Andromeda. Andromeda swapping the Cursed, saving him. That's Pyromancer coming in. That's a big ultimate on top. The Kraken in the background. Magmus picking up in the background. Kraken in the tower range. Dying. Magmus may be in trouble now. They don't have dust on the Legion team. Corrupted Disciple not porting. They might actually be able to get a turn kill here on their Kinesis if they want to. No! Kinesis Magmus stun comes up first. Kinesis gets the kill on the Magmus. They're trying to look for the Andromeda, but they don't really have enough mana.
Oh, big stun.
So, that is a big stun though. He actually hit it.
They don't see him. Oh,
They don't see him. They don't know.
Oh.
They didn't know. That was really ballsy played from Mindtrix. And look what Mindtrix is doing here. He TP top, he Q'd the tower. So the Q on the tower currently, it heals towers for 6 HP and armor for 60 seconds. That means if you use the Q on the tower, you heal the tower for 360 HP. Oh, Keeper might actually... No, they're not willing to commit to the kill.
At this point, they're also so desperate to take the top tower. And like they're diving, maybe trusting the shield a little too much.
I would have liked the Corrupted to Porto for that top fight.
Yeah, we haven't spoke much about Corrupted. He was having a good time there with 500 GPM.
Yeah, I mean, you could have maybe even argued that he should have gone for something like Outpost this game, because he had such an easy lane and farm, and he wasn't really under much pressure.
Yeah, maybe like farming item was better than Energizer if you're not participating much in team fights.
Energizer is good if you want to clear stacks because of the mana regen. But you have Pyromancer clearing all the stacks, which is annoying.
They're
going top lane again. Magma's coming in from behind. There are only 2 people. We see 5 people port from the Legion side. They're gonna get 1 stun on the Magmas here. Andromeda, I think that's Illusion in the background. Corrupted Disciple finally decided to join. Put his W there on the Accursed, I think. Andromeda being shielded by the Accursed. Accursed is gonna fall. Andromeda in the background now dying. And that is the power of the Suddenly when you have a Corrupted Disciple there pounding in the auto attacks. They just don't have the tools to fight this. And they already used so much like healing and shield from the Accursed to just remove the bullshit that the Accursed puts on your allies, like with the roots and the other crap. And if they try to commit to anything, like there's just the Monarch there trying to save them. So
not initiation on Batman here.
Oh, actually, they don't have dust. They don't have dust. Oh, he dodged it! He dodged the Pyromancer ultimate! No way! Oh, I can't believe that. Why did you not have dust, Kevin? We talked about this. And Kinesis does have the Magma stun, so I think he's gonna get able to get away with the movement speed buff there from the Monarch ultimate. But just not having dust, it loses not a kill, and I think Pyromancer might have still died, even if it did. But it's just so greedy to not carry it against something like a Madman. Because that's the primary target you want to go for. And actually in the top lane, we see a Keeper and a Monarch here. And I think that is a dead Andromeda, because he's gonna Q himself again, and that's just like 4 second roots in total. With, I think, 280 damage, because I think it's 70 magic damage per second.
It's interesting because it feels like the Legion team, sorry, the Hellborn team was really trying to take the control of the top lane the past 5-7 minutes or so. And the Legion team is really good at punishing them for doing that. They're really overextending, thinking that shield might save the dives, but the Legionist team is always there. And
what you see like in the lane of the top lane, Accursed plus Madman, it's a durable lane. And what I mean with that is it's a lane that is kind of hard to harass because they have a lot of regen and that kind of stuff and healing with the Accursed, but they don't really do burst damage. And Keeper is a hero that thrives on just slowly healing his HP back up, because in the early game he is gonna have like 3 to 4 HP regen per second on top of what he naturally already has, right? And he's just gonna be tanky. And you kind of have to spam dust and that kind of stuff to be able to deal with this invis. So
if you're looking at the top tower,
he just kind of chilled, right?
It's already full HP almost, the tower, when it's been like 75% down.
Yeah, no, he just chills in the lane, and like if you're just trying to arrest the Keeper, you're not gonna be successful because he's just gonna pound in the auto attacks back, and Keeper auto attacks always hurt, and he's just annoying to deal with, like really annoying. But at least we say Madman pick up a Doombringer in a few seconds, I can't believe. So
yeah, Keeper does on bottom lane.
The ultimate from the Monarch, trying to save them, but not enough. But that is a Magmus for Kinesis. Now, you do have to keep in mind that Kinesis does not have the Magma stun now anymore. That is rough. Wow, look at Andromeda. There's no one behind him. And he just like scared off the Corrupted there because he was afraid that someone was gonna come there. Which is a good call, because if you see an Andromeda with haste running at you for no reason, you usually have a reason to be scared. But it's kind of funny that he just runs up there. And I feel like this is only Songpop that does that, right?
Most likely. Yeah, he's really good at doing this random stuff. Also, we see I completed the Mock of Brilliance on Madman here.
Boo.
What would you prefer that? Okay, maybe. I was gonna ask that, but the question gave it away.
You already know the answer. No, but of course Mock is the proper pickup here. If you're looking at like late game items, you're gonna have to deal with the drain from the Corrupted Disciple. Now you can of course run away and then run in again, but that's all precious time that you're wasting. So I think Basher, Nullfire, that kind of stuff comes to mind for me on the Madman here. Just the normal stuff. If you get lifesteal, you can start doing Kong, which is something that you probably want to start doing as well. Keeper is still just chilling in the top lane. Keeper actually going for Helm to Black Legion. I'm not the biggest fan of Helm to Black Legion.
Oblivion Hammer.
No, I get the idea, but they like you just get a resto at that point. I feel because they have the accursed, right? They have the accursed, so they're. Oh wait, I actually going in on Andromeda here. There is a Magmas behind, and Andromeda might fall here. Actually, Andromeda just dies to the Keeper crap. Kevin actually being stuck on. Someone calls Stepbrother. He's stuck there. Madman picking up the rune. I don't know. Like it's Keeper is just playing so aggressively, and he's really not getting punished for it because he's just so tanky, and he's just an invis all the time. Oh, actually mid lane. That is a Kraken ultimate that is dodged. Hansi on the Kinesis. Big Monarch's ultimate to save the Kinesis there. Kinesis has his ult, stun up, and that is a big combo on the map. Madman gonna die. Kraken with the PK now, it's going in, but he has Striders. He doesn't really do anything. And that's just like a 200 or GPM Kraken. It's just not that scary as if it was like a Kraken with Steam Boots and Soul's Bulwark or something like that.
Yeah, they already grabbed the 1400 lead on gold, which is quite a lot at this point.
Yeah, that's also because like the tower situation. So there's not a single tower pushed on the Legion side. There's not even a single tower below half HP, I believe, on the Legion side.
Yeah, they don't really have much except for Madman, but then again, you have the Keeper that is just gonna regenerate everything back.
And what the Legion is doing, again, and this is my compliments to them here. They're not farming their own jungle, they're just taking enemy jungle. And if, like, that is one way, like, if you were to be in a situation where, like, both teams kind of farm the jungle, then you're gonna be even. If you can then, like, just take their jungle and prevent them from taking your jungle, it doesn't really matter that you're not being as efficient because you're denying resources from them at the same time. So I think that's what they're doing really good here. There are 5 people in the Hellborn jungle right now, but there's just nothing to farm there, nothing to stack. Keeper's being an annoying shit with his trees. He could have blocked the entire jungle, that's what I would have done. Really see the rage. But he's just sitting in the top lane, right? He's just chilling in the top lane. Because how many people do you think they need to kill this Keeper?
Probably everyone. And also, like, imagine 5-man rotating the top, that would probably cost bottom tower. You can already see Kinesis and Pyromancer waiting for a big play bot, which is probably what they're gonna do now when they see that all of the...
Yeah, and Keeper just chilling there. And actually, there are gonna be 5 people for the top lane. They're gonna catch the Madman here. There's a shield and a swap, but the Magma is still on top, and the root from the Keeper. It's not enough actually to save them. Kraken now being in a bad spot. Magmus in the background. Magmus does not have his Pika yet, but he might actually be able to set up a big ultimate here. Oh, and that might be big. They see the Magmus though. Magmus gets stunned by the Kinesis. And Magmus gonna be able to survive, but there's no big ultimate from the Magmus. Keeper in the background, Accursed in the background now, surviving. Magmus going invis. Picking up a region rune on the Accursed. And that was like the Corrupted Disciple spotting the Magmus there, scouting him out. Otherwise, it was like a 4-man Magmus ultimate, and that would have been huge. But even with the Accursed and the swap, Madman still died. It's just so much damage, and that was again a good initiation from Keeper. Keeper being an invis right on top of them. But you also have to wonder, why did they not have a ref ward? Keeper has not been anywhere but the top lane.
Also, if you're looking at Hellborn team, you're asking yourself, who has damaged that team, right? It's just Madman that is so easy to kite at this point.
Magnus and Kraken has some damage if he pops his spells and stuff. But yeah, like the Accursed just... I think Accursed and Andromeda, they're too defensive.
Yeah, whoever gets initiated has Monarch behind, so...
Yeah.
That's good.
And they do pop the dust here, but I think it misses. They actually saw the Keeper there, and finally they go on the Keeper. And that's the 5-man rotation on the Keeper. This is what I think they should have probably done a lot more. Because their ref wards are very defensive. And just whenever you see like Keeper trees walking around, just... If you place like ref ward or dust, that's usually a kill. Okay, we see the Legion side trying to do Conquer now, which is probably a good idea. Pyromancer for Conquer, always really powerful because you can stack the Feather up to 3 times. So yeah, they're just taking the resources that they can here. Make sure that they get the Conquer. Because you know that like whenever you see an enemy Madman, you need to be scared of them doing Conquer. Although Madman does not have Whispering Helm yet. And they're just gonna chill again. So Keeper's gonna be up in 20 seconds. You still have all your towers. Maybe Keeper could even heal a tower. Would be nice.
Yes.
Yeah. At this point, right, like the Corrupted Disciple is 200 GPM above the Batman, and he is so fast.
Yeah,
I really like this build.
They've been really putting so many efforts on trying to get down the top tower as well as Keeper, and now again seems like they will.
He has a Bastion, by the way.
now he just needs the twin place, right?
I would have liked for him to pick up Mystic Vestiments because he is so tanky.
And the tower is feeling, it's actually insane. I don't see how they take the top tower now. I think they already gave up on this one.
But it also just like the amount of armor it gives. It's just so much because it's like it goes from 51% damage taken to like 50 or sorry damage reduction to like 59. So that's like a 10% difference, but in total damage taken, it's like 20% reduction total damage taken plus heal. Because, you know, from 50 to 60%. And, like, you see the Keeper just chilling here. Monarch is kind of behind, but Keeper has 2k HP.
He realizes that he has nothing to be scared of, especially with the Monarch sitting behind. Madman is being in the base. Just cracking.
Well, if they rotate 5 people, you have something to be scared of, but then they rotated 5 people. Oh, Pyromancer going for a staff. I don't know about that one, buddy.
Oof, that hurt.
Oh my god.
Oh, you got
That was close. That was also some poor calculation from Kevin there. Because 1.1k does not equal 1k.
Yeah, you remember what happened last time we underestimated Kevin's items, right?
He lost.
Yeah, but
he bought a Doombringer. That's what I remember.
It did make it very entertaining. Gonna give it to them.
True. He did make the game interesting.
But yeah,
okay.
I like the stuff here. Like maybe they realized that
it's big AoE damage. That's the one thing I can say. It's like I think the damage goes from 950 to 1250, but the 50% damage to AoE is powerful. I'll admit. But I think you just rather want to Shrunken on a Pyromancer because you're so squishy. Oh, and that's initiation. That's a 2-man Kraken charge into the Kraken ultimate. Everyone getting caught in the Kraken ultimate. Keep ultimate at the top. Madman being locked down. Madman not being able to get his shit off. Magma's ultimate in the background, but Mindtrix is just laughing at them because he has his helm and he's so tanky. He just doesn't die because he took 2k damage there in that team fight. But he has 2.2k HP, so he doesn't care. And Corrupted Disciple picked up the Shrunken when they tried to fight that, and even though like they hit like a 3-man Kraken ultimate, I believe, and a 4-man Magma's ultimate, it's just not enough.
Not enough of that damage at this point.
Madman didn't get a single auto attack off because he just got rooted.
Yeah, Legion definitely had the superior items at this point, so really hard to contest.
Okay, well played by both sides. The winner is, and I'm quickly gonna cheat and look at the name Noah Shark again. I'm gonna call Noah Shark.
Puppet Shark.
Puppet Shark, yes, Puppet Shark team. And we will be right back, I believe, or at least I will be, with the following game. And I'm gonna be up for a surprise who my co-cast is going to be. So I will see you all then. At least I want to say thank you so much for co-casting with me, Salt.
Oh, thank you for inviting. It's been a pleasure. Actually, two great teams competing. It's always nice. It's always nice to see, and they really did really good games here.
Yeah, plus
So-
you get a front row seat, right?
Oh yes, exactly. With the VIP here.
Okay, so I think that's it for today, or for now, and we'll be right back.
Hey everybody, how you all doing? So due to the server shutting down and the insane delays that happened early on this morning, we will have to delay the matches for tomorrow. And while I was looking at the bracket for a while, I decided, hey, why not even cast all the games instead of not casting the loser bracket round one and moving some of the matches to the next weekend, aka next Saturday and Sunday. And that would be, let me just check here, the 12th and the 13th. So tomorrow we will be broadcasting the winner bracket finals and the loser bracket round one. And then the week afterwards, which is August 12th, it will be the loser bracket semifinals and the loser bracket finals. And August 13th, it will be the grand final in a best of 5, where the players compete for the prize pool and for the victory for the tournament. So that's what I've decided is the best choice or outcome for what's going on right now, and hopefully we will learn from this and all of these server issues and shutdowns won't happen again, and this won't happen again. But we improvise. I hope that you all enjoyed today's show. Stay tuned for tomorrow for the winner bracket finals and loser bracket round one, where things are going to get real heated between players. I hope you all enjoyed, and we will see you tomorrow, most likely 4 p.m. GMT +0. Stay tuned and stay on the website where all the time it's going to be updated right there. Thank you all for watching. Good night, everybody.